Now is the English translation for yesterday's program at our center from Ani Shanjiao. In the beginning of this, there are several series for the program. And in the first part, Ani, in the beginning of that program, in the beginning, Ani said that everyone, hello, today is the third day of Chinese New Year, and it's the we've already started the program, and one of our center members was still outside lining up to get some food for us or some snacks for us. But it's not really a good time to have fun right now, especially for this year, because there's so much going on and a lot of not so good things going on right now, as you all know. So today we're going to have a kind of like a marathon program to include a lot of Dharma sharing, so that maybe with this a little bit diligence, we could dedicate the merits to the sufferings among the sentient beings out there, and to reduce the sufferings a little bit. And let's move on to begin with His Holiness New Year wishes in Chinese. On the first day, two days ago, for in Chinese, but we have tried to translate it into English, and it's not official translation, but we did do that, and to share a little here today with you. So the translation is from His Holiness the 17th Gyalwang Karmapa's New Year wishes for in Chinese for everyone. The wish for Chinese New Year. Hello everyone. So here goes His Holiness's words. Today is the first day of Chinese New Year, and it's also a beginning of the 12 cycles according to the Chinese zodiac signs. First of all, I would like to wish everyone a very happy New Year, a very good fortune with all of your wishes fulfilled. Chinese New Year is supposed to be a time when families and friends are together celebrating the festival with great joy and peace. Yet, this New Year we have to be faced with a more severe circumstances and challenge. With more severe circumstances and challenges, which is about the issue of new type pneumonia, coronavirus. People are now in great panic in a lot of places. Though I am far away and have been in a solitary retreat for quite some time, but since the current situations are somewhat special, I'm very concerned and caring about each one of your conditions and feelings. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity, the first day of Chinese New Year, expressing some of my words, in hope to bring a little bit encouragement, support, as well as help to all of you. Buddha once taught us repeatedly that this human life is very precious and difficult to obtain. We are very fortunate in getting this life. Yet, meanwhile, Life is like a water bubble, very fragile and easily broken. Therefore, we must cherish and hold on to it. Most importantly, we must make the best of our precious and short life, to do things meaningful, to prevent it from going in vain. Hence, as we are now facing the disease spreading all over the places, we should take this chance to feel and think about the preciousness and vulnerability of our life, feeling wholeheartedly about the thickness and the warmth of our life. Furthermore, we can appreciate what we already have at the present moment, no matter it's our life or the families or friends that are around us. We need to experience with our heart for the impermanence and transitoriness of life, which is yet full of opportunities and hopes as such state of being like nowadays. In addition to permanence, the concept of cause and effect is the foundation of the Buddha Dharma. Taking the current epidemic disease, for example, if we cannot find out the cause of the disease or its exact medium of transmission, we may have great difficulties to prevent it and cure this disease completely, and things will go very difficult to be controlled, even though we are very ignorant about what will be happening soon. Because of one action or one choice we made in the past, it is now making us feel and experience the effort of it, the effect of it. And this is the natural development of cause and effect. However, we human beings nowadays seem to care more about what is just right in front of us. If we seemingly think little with our mind, the choice or the situation right in front of us may appear as it's a good one, but under that, there may be actually a huge problem or a crisis hiding. Therefore, in Buddhism, as we say to use our mind or heart, we don't just think with our brain. And it's more about a state of readiness through preparation. For instance, through preparation and feelings. For instance, one grows up at a very cold place. But now, because of the climate change problem, the place where he lives in is getting warmer and hotter. And he may think it's a good time, it's a good thing, because of the warmer weather. Yet, the actual condition is beyond imagination. This may be a sign for a bigger disaster coming. Therefore, there is a saying, Bodhisattvas are afraid of causes, while the living beings are afraid of effects. We need to think twice before we act, for we are doing this. We need to think twice before we act, for what it is we are doing, for why we are doing this. This is very crucial. Though nature seems to be further away from our present lifestyle. Yet, in fact, anytime we are closely connected with anytime we are very closely connected with the Mother Nature. Nature has nourished us, giving all we need. And so we should likewise take care of and protect and feed it back to the nature. This is a cycle. Think carefully. Nature is not only about trees, mountains, rivers, flowers, and grass. There are also sources of animals in it. You can say it has everything in it. It can go as big as the cosmos, and it can be as small as an insect. As we see a tree, a small animal, even a mountain or a river, we should uphold honorable feelings, respect, loving, and kindness toward it. For there is no human being nor anything residing out of the Mother Nature. Hence, anytime and anywhere, we need to have awareness for the nature as well as for the environment. We need to foster a deep understanding that any treatment toward animals or nature must be a corresponding effect that comes afterwards. Anyhow, under such a dangerous situation, we have to face and resolve it together. Don't get terrified or panic. It's so convenient nowadays that we get distracted easily by getting many messages, news, and information every day. All of these make us nervous, confused, and out of order. So right now we must keep ourselves clear-headed, aware, steady, and calm. At this critical moment of time, a small decision can lead to a life and death problem. However, I believe by standing together, we will completely be able to overcome this trouble, and the epidemic disease will be under control soon, and it will be resolved. Lately, I have released a newly translated prayer called Vajra Prayer of Shaka for healing disease and illness. The original prayer was done by a great accomplisher in Tibet at the 14th century, and his name is Tandong Gyalpo. In fact, this prayer is quite popular in Tibet, and as there are disasters or illnesses, big or small, going on, everyone will recite this. Yet, it's not common in Chinese-speaking areas. So, I hope this version of translation of this scripture will be a little helpful and can then provide some encouragement and courage. Of course, you can also recite Akshobhya heart mantra, Guan Yin, or as known as Avalokiteshvara heart mantra, or some scriptures that you are most familiar with. Moreover, overall, I hope not only can we encourage each other, but also be confident for ourselves, cheering ourselves up. Let us unite as one together. I believe we will soon be able to get through this hard time. No matter what has happened, in this new year, I sincerely wish everyone healthy, happy, having things go as wished, and a very auspicious lucky mouse New Year. Thank you all. Karmapa's new Chinese New Year messages for the year of 2020. And so after this recitation of Karmapa's wishes for wishes of Chinese New Year messages in Chinese, and Ani went on to open today's program by reciting this opening verse. And in English it goes, "The unexcelled, most profound and exquisitely wondrous Dharma is difficult to encounter throughout hundreds of thousands of millions of kalpas. Since we are now able to see, hear, receive, and retain it, may we comprehend the true meaning of the Tathagata." After the opening verse, Ani went on to lead us recite the Karmapa's newly released prayer from called Vajra Prayer of Shaka for healing disease and illness in Chinese. This is a new translation from Tibetan to Chinese by His Holiness the 17th Galwan Karmapa. And after reciting this prayer, Ani went on to share her thoughts. And he said that for the following program, I have done a lot of research myself over the past few weeks, and some are from great masters, others are from our teacher, His Holiness Galwan Karmapa. And a lot of times we will see many Buddhism terminologies. And without looking them up in the dictionaries, you audience will probably just listen through, and then there may be one moment of touching feelings to your heart, but you're not gonna to receive a whole lot of it, not so beneficial to you, and you won't be able to get out of much from my sharing. So I urge all of you later on, if you read Buddhist teachings or happen to listen to some Dharma talks, if there are some terminologies of Buddhism names and terminologies, it would be good for you to look them up either in the printed dictionaries, Dharma dictionaries, or there are some electronic dictionaries on the internet, free to be used. And then today we have quite a lot of Buddhist terminologies. You can log on to the internet and link to our Facebook, Center's Facebook, and then find them out in the posts. I still need to have my center people volunteers and the translators go through reading those names and terminologies, because Ani said that as nun, as a Sangha, I think part of my responsibilities is to provide a little bit guidance in deepening our learnings in Buddhism teachings, in Buddhist teachings. Sometimes may have to do with looking the words or phrases up in the dictionaries or reference tools to get that deeper understanding. So let's move on, Ani said that, to the next topic is about some quotation, about one quotation. It's about self-confidence in Chinese, and the English translation things. It can also let you or make you have special charisma to attract others. So this is the first quotation. This is about self-confidence. And then Ani went on to say, you might wonder why I'm quoting this and why am I including this in our program. Today our topic is about the second stage of Bodhisattva's practice. The Bodhisattva of purity, or the Bodhisattva of the freedom away from defilement. As we are cultivating ourselves to attain the 10 paths in Bodhisattva path, we normal beings are mostly unlikely to dwell upon the forms. We're not formless. So a lot of times, we still have a lot to do. And nowadays, Ani said that, I heard from some lay people in our center sharing that their relatives go to other teachings, go to other centers and receive Buddha teachings at other centers, and then their centers would give them homework to do. And they, after the Dharma teaching, they have to go back home doing their homework by looking up some phrases and review the teachings they have received. Unlikely, our center may not have so many participants to come at the scene, but we have a lot more watchers and viewers on the internet through the live streaming, live casting programs. So since we don't have many at the scene, I just have to kind of force my translators, my two translators, to do their homeworks at home by looking up a lot of terminologies and phrases of Buddhist, in Buddhism. And this is my way, and I'm hoping to guide them, at least to guide my two translators and my center people to do a little bit of homework, and so that they can get a little bit habitual. I mean, they can develop some habits in getting to know Buddhist trainings. I mean, Buddhist trainings and instructions in a deeper way. And let's move on to the terminology of formlessness. In Chinese, it's called 无相行, and translation in English may be translated into markless practice. While contemplating the principle of the Four Truths, at the same time absolutely negating them, one of the 27 holy practices, the time of attainment of the 15th mental states of the path of seeing, after experiencing the highest mundane mental state, reaching the completion of the state of stream enterer. And Annie went on to, there was a reading in Chinese about some terminologies, Buddhism terminologies, 无相, 无住, 无念, etc. And I just shared some English translation about 无相 as markless practice. And 无住, in English, non-abiding. The notion of non-abiding can be seen and used in Buddhist texts in two main ways. The first is the objective aspect of non-abiding, referred to the impermanence of phenomena, that things have no independent nature of their own and have no real existence as separate entities. I have subscribed myself to the Charles Muller's Digital Dictionary of Buddhism. So I can only, I think I am free and entitled to share some of the translation from the system, but better not to share them all, to reserve my respect and for their printing rights. So Annie went on to share about her thoughts on these 无相无住, formless marks and non-abiding, etc. And he said that instead of formlessness, in each day, most likely we people are just thinking all the time about, oh, what should we eat? And how about my hairdo? And what kind of makeup I should go buy? And how am I looking today? And things like this. Before I became a nun, Annie said that, I used to have to use like 8 sorts of cosmetic items and to make myself look good. But since now I'm a nun, I don't have to use them at all, and I don't even remember what I used before, and I cannot even name them now very well. And now also, besides the makeups and the appearances, we all care about what our dresses and the people we hang out with, the matter of if I have a good boyfriend or a girlfriend. What should I order for my next meal, and things like that. But our teacher, His Holiness Kamaba, he probably has never really thought about these trivial things. And then he will be most likely instead dedicating all of his time in thinking about us sentient beings, and how to use his time for us, for the welfare of sentient beings. And for me, luckily, I think this is a luck for me to be kind of like almost a blind person, and I don't have good appearance. So, and now I'm a nun. So I can really save a lot of money and save a lot of time from purchasing these things, from using these things at all. And so I don't have to so much about my looks and how to preserve my looks or how to dress up every day to impress others. I don't need to think as many things as you all lay people out there. Actually, to be honest, I wish just to be able to look, just my eyes can be better so that I can look, I can use my eyes to do things better. That's my only hope. And I can, I am in better health so that I can do more things in services. That's my two main concerns and hopes right now, to be honest. And then let's move on. Ani says that about a sutra in Chinese. And so there was further reading from the posts in our center Facebook about this part 1 of today's program. And then after the reading, Ani went on to share that nowadays, as I get up in the morning, the first thing, instead of thinking about how to put on makeup, Ani says that a lot of people, the first thing they get up in the morning is to think about, what makeups I should use today in order to make myself look better. And in terms of getting makeups on our face to make us look better, this is a thing that would actually cost us much money, and it not necessarily does make us look handsome or beautiful, and it certainly not gonna to make us look more like an internet celebrity. Not at all. We have so many, all sorts of thoughts like this are running in our mind. And then all of the thoughts we have mainly are targeted for ourselves, not so much for the living beings, not so much for the concerns of living beings. The thoughts we have in our mind are most likely about ourselves, how to make myself happier, and more concerning about the welfare of ourselves, of us. Well, that is also okay, but here's the problem. Because the more concerns we have about ourselves, the more problems we will have in our mind. And then later on, as we are so self-centered and self-absorbed, we may just go out very likely and easily to just, don't be very, not so easily happy with others around us. We may somehow go have issues with others. And then, in return, the others won't be happy with us either. And the situations will probably go worse from there. But on the contrary, for the great masters in Buddhism, or a lot of great sages, like Bodhisattvas, they are not like this at all. Most of the time, they will focus their eyesight, and then their concerns are more about the sentient beings, and their mind are dwelling upon the needs of the sentient beings and the welfare and the benefits of the sentient beings. So let's try our best to be like that a little bit more. So instead of being so absorbed about our needs and wants, we can learn from the Bodhisattvas to shift our concerns and our views upon the needs and then the welfare and the well-beings of others, of all beings around us a little bit more. That would be even better. And then let's move on to talk about 加行 in Chinese. The 加行 in English then instead can be translated into application. So further descriptions from different references in Chinese are then quoted, and I also find some in English. Here it goes. Application. Application can also be known as applied practices. In Tibetan, spilba. I'm not good at Tibetan. Forget it then. I'm sorry. A few things are implied in this term. The first thing is that the fact that one consciously exerts oneself toward practices of meditation, morality, wisdom, and so forth. The reference is usually to practices undertaken at a relatively early stage, but where one is not a total beginner. Having understood the basic framework and the goals of Buddhism enough to put them into actual application. This is also again quoted from Charles Miller's digital dictionary of Buddhism, which I have subscribed for myself and share just a little bit here. And Ani went on to share that for this level of practice, we can see in the practices of the Bodhisattvas on the seven stages, where Bodhisattvas at the 7 stages will need this practice of application for them to enhance their applications of Bodhisattva practices. And Ani also shares that we can, from a lot of findings, from a lot of descriptions, we will learn, we must know that the Vajrayana Buddhism is not non-Buddhism. A lot of times it's a really sacred Buddhism, having a lot of profound teachings in it. And we just need to dig more into it in order to get a true understanding of it. And then move on to another 2 terminologies, as also quoted and posted in our center Facebook, called 2 obscurations or 2 impediments in English, and in Chinese called 烦恼障所知障. And then there is a Rigpa wiki in Rigpa wiki about these two terminologies are, just give me a minute. Two obscurations are, the first one is emotional obscuration. Emotional obscurations are defined according to their essence, cause, and function. In essence, they are the opposite of the 6 paramitas. Thoughts such as avarice, and so on. These are the emotional obscurations. Their cause is grasping at a personal ego or the self of the individual. They function to prevent liberation from samsara. The second obscuration is called cognitive obscurations. Cognitive obscurations are also defined according to their essence, cause, and function. In essence, they are thoughts that involve the 3 conceptual spheres of subject, object, and action. And the Gyu Lama says, thoughts that involve the 3 spheres, these are the cognitive obscurations. Their cause is grasping at phenomena as truly existent, or in other words, the self of phenomena. So for emotional obscuration is also called self of the individual. And for cognitive obscuration is also in other words, called the self of phenomena. And for cognitive obscurations, their function is to prevent complete enlightenment. So this is the quotation from an internet reference called Rigpa Wiki about the definitions of two obscurations. And then Ani went on to explain furthermore, from these two obscurations, we can refer to a thing about opinions on life releasing nowadays. Nowadays, a lot of people have different viewpoints about life releasing. And then for me, Ani said that this is a time I can see how a Buddha Dhamma is being diminished or being destroyed. For me, this is for me to know that we really do have the emotional obscurations and the cognitive obscurations, these two obscurations. Because we have so many different wrong views and false views. We don't even have enough awarenesses about what we are, what our deeds and speech and activities will be the ultimate affecting. What will be affected ultimately by our speech, thoughts, and mind. And he urges that we need to be very careful holding opinions against life releasing. It can be actually an act of destroying Buddhist teachings. And then let's not be a one destroying the Buddha's teaching. As there is destruction of Buddha's teaching, there might be more and more disasters and illnesses and terrible things going on in this mundane world. I think this is probably why Guan Yin, Avalokiteshvara are crying for us. And then there's a story about the tears of Guan Yin and Avalokiteshvara. But even though Guan Yin are crying, Guan Yin is crying for us as sentient beings, we still continue to eat whatever we like. You know, the animal meats and the seafood, table full. But as far as I know, what we learn from Buddhism, it's not like this. And nowadays, the way we learn about Buddhist teachings is just by passing on, you know, the Dharma words in the chat group. We just pass them on without concerning them that much, without deepening our understandings into the Buddha Dharma. We don't really look them up for what we don't understand. And so right now, Ani says that why I am I'm quoting so many related terminologies, Buddhism terminologies in my program and incorporate them into my sharing, is because I hope by doing so, at least my center group people or the audiences in front of the camera can also grasp a little bit about the Buddhist teaching with a more deeper understanding by looking over the terminologies of Buddhism terminologies. And this is my intention of doing so. And let's move on to this term of dharani. This term of dharani from Wikipedia. So I'm just gonna read through a little bit about this definition of this word dharani from Wikipedia a little bit. A dharani is a Buddhist chant or recitation, usually a mantra, consisting of Sanskrit or Pali phrases. It is believed to be protected with powers to generate merit for the Buddhist devotees. They constitute a major part of historic Buddhist literature. Dharani are found in the ancient texts of all major traditions of Buddhism. They are a major part of the Pali canon preserved by the Theravada tradition. Mahayana sutras, such as the Lotus Sutra and the Heart Sutra, include or conclude with dharani. Some Buddhist texts, such as Pancaraksa, are found in the homes of many Buddhist Tantra tradition followers, are entirely dedicated to dharani. They are a part of their ritual prayers, as well as considered to be an amulet and charm in themselves, whose recitation believed to allay bad luck, diseases, or other calamity. Calamity. They were an essential part of the monastic training in Buddhist history in East Asia. In some Buddhist regions, they served as texts upon which the Buddhist witness would swear to tell the truth. Dharani recitation for the purpose of healing and protection is referred to as parida in Pali in some Buddhist regions. According to the traditional belief in Tibetan texts, there were 3 councils, and the term dharani was recorded and became the norm after the 3rd council. So there's a whole lot in explanation about Dharani in Wikipedia. You can all look it up. Okay, I'm just gonna, Dharani are a form of amulet and believed in the various Buddhist traditions to protect, to deliver protection from influences and disasters. Mantra and Dharani are synonymous in some Buddhist traditions, but in others, such as the Tibetan Tantric traditions, a Dharani is a type of mantra. Okay. Dharani has been a large an important part of Mahayana Buddhist literature. They are particularly abundant in the esoteric tradition of Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism. However, the Dhananis were not unique to Mahayana texts. Then it goes on to the talk, and the program goes on to the reading. Goes on to further terms on Samaya. Samaya in Wikipedia, the definition of Samaya in Wikipedia, I'm going to read a little bit, not a whole lot of it. The Samaya is a set of vows or precepts given to initiate an esoteric Vajrayana Buddhist order as part of the ceremony that creates a bond between the guru and the disciple. It's a particular system of teaching or doctrines. The conduct required of a tantric practitioner, often as a set of vows or commitments. The realization of Buddhahood. In Tantric Buddhism, union with the three Vajras, the body, speech, and mind of the Buddha. And there's also, I also wanted to share, for the English part, the Samaya definition from Rigpa Shedra's internet reference. Samaya the Vajrayana commitments taken when receiving empowerment. Meaning, there are several ways of explaining the literal meaning of this word, samaya. To make this simple, samaya in Tibetan, dam tisk. Dam means sublime. Disk is a statement. Thus, samaya is a statement that is true, genuine, pure, and real. To apply oneself in a way that is in harmony with how the truth is called keeping the samaya. When the samaya being described in detail, there are hundreds of thousands that can be listed, but all of them can be condensed in this way. The foremost samaya is when you compose yourself in a state in which you in actuality experience the fact that all sights, sound, and awareness are visible emptiness, audible emptiness, and aware emptiness. To have that certainty is called keeping all the hundreds of thousands of samayas. Kempo Nyangchung writes, in the Mantrayana, you should make promises not to retrograde. The 25 yogas, the common outer and inner vows of the outer and inner 5 Buddha families, the 14 root downfalls, and the 8 lesser downfalls, and in the great perfection, the 27 root samayas, the 25 branch samayas, and the 4 samayas of non-existence, omnipresence, unity, and spontaneous presence. In about the Dzogchen samayas, for those practitioners whose realization develops gradually, for whom there is something to be kept, there are 27 root samayas to be observed with respect to the teacher's body, speech, and mind. The 25 branch samayas and the 25 branch samayas. For those practitioners of sudden realization, for whom there is nothing to be kept, there are the 4 samayas of non-existence, omnipresence, unity, and spontaneous presence. And then by His Holiness Gawankama the 17th, there is a little bit quotation, but in Chinese it's a little bit different from the English ones that I have found from the Rumtek website with regards to the 16th Gawankamaba's teaching. The teaching topic is advice on spiritual practice, and with this teaching, there's a little bit addressing about the issue of samaya, and there's a passage. I'm just gonna quote a little bit the passages of this talk. In the midst of the wanderings of our minds, we might sometimes fall into thinking that whether one practices or not, the Dharma will always be available. If you have that kind of notion, it is a very serious mistake. Any brief moment, any time at all, that one could use as an opportunity for Dharma practice, one must use. If one does not take this responsibility and offer sincere respect to the Mahayana and Vajrayana teachings, there is a definite possibility of causing harm to oneself as well as to those spiritual friends to whom one is linked. A lack of attention to the responsibilities of the Mahayana path constitutes a breaking of the Samaya principles. Therefore, in whatever way one can hold on to the teachings, one must sincerely do so. And this whole teaching from the 17th scale Kamapa on the topic of advice on spiritual practice is also posted in our center's Facebook in another separate post. So you can also link to get a look and download it. And you can also Google and find the whole topic, the whole article from Roomtake Dharma Chakra Center's website. And then Ani goes on her sharing about Samaya. Ani says that I think in last year, a lot of people in our lineage have committed and have broken the principle of Samaya. Why? Because a lot of us did not believe and have not believed our root teacher, His Holiness the Gawankamapa. So am I. And then I think I made a big mistake. Here I really wanted to pay my repentance. And I believe a lot of my Vajra siblings, brothers and sisters, have done similarly. It's just like a country battling with each other. The country people are battling with each other. And so do a lot of us are battling with each other in our tradition of practice in the past year, in our lineage. And the following, we're going to face a lot more consequences. Why? Because we have taken the vows and the transmissions and empowerments from the same root guru, His Gawankamapa, but we have made a lot of judgments about him, and we are not working together with each other to uphold his teachings for us. Instead, we are against each other and toward him. We then need to endure what we have done. All of these are rising from the two obscurations as we have covered. This is why I need to really share all of these terms and terminologies by quoting so many of them in my recent talks and programs. A lot of times I have found that we practitioners, including myself, we are not happy in our practices. And so as we go to receive teachings or do pujas in centers, in our Buddhist centers, we are not happy. And if we are not happy, we are not really getting benefits at all. And we then will probably are not doing things too good to our spiritual friends around us. I personally have made a lot of bad karmas. And so once my wheelchair is taken or used by someone else, I cannot really get concentrated and to hold on to do my teachings well. I just talk from my own experiences that due to the obscurations that we all have, and we cannot really see through things clearly, and then with the obscurations and the bad karmas from the past, we may end up engaging in a lot of wrongdoings. I really sincerely hope, and he said that, with a lot of teachings from great masters, and then we can then deepen our understandings into their teachings. We can all be awakened soon, one day, sooner, from the ignorances that we have accumulated from many lifetimes. And then we can somehow get to know what we have done from the past, what we have done wrong. So then we can know a little bit more about where we should be going from here and what should be done better from here. After this New Year holiday, we will all soon back to work. I hope that a lot of us, a lot of the audiences also, who are watching my program, can later on take a little bit aspiration in terms of cutting down your consumption of meat or seafood or any animal lives, so that we can accumulate more merits together. Because in this New Year festival holiday, we have eaten a lot of meat and a lot of animals' lives, and which in return will be causes for further calamities and disasters to come. And this is, and so let's not, so if it's possible for you, please do try to cut back or cut down your consumption of meat and seafood, and so that a lot more goodness can be fostered for us to have a better consequences, and then less disasters and calamities in the future. And let's move on to further sharing about merits and virtues. These two terms, merits and virtues. For virtues, I also quoted the definition from Rigpa Wiki, Shedra. Virtue or positive behavior, in Tibetan, Gewa, is defined as the mind's conscious intention to reject negative practices and to adopt their positives. These are the active protection of life, the practice of generosity, the perfect observance of vows, the speaking of the truth, the reconciliation of disputes, peaceful and disciplined speech, speaking what is consonant with Dharma, satisfaction with little, loving attitudes toward others, belief in the doctrine of karma, and so on, are considered virtuous. And regarding merits in Tibetan is called Sodnams. It's one of the two accumulations. Sogyal Rinpoche says, merit is the positive power and benefit, the peace and happiness that radiate from your practice. Minkyu Rinpoche says, merit is connected with the power of interdependence. Each phenomenon has its own characteristics and power. Interdependence has outer and inner power. The inner power is dependent on the mind. It can be either negative or positive. The positive is what we call merit. The negative, which is a cause of suffering, is non-virtue. Merit is the same as virtue. And then this sums up the first part of the program. And let's move on to the second part of the program. The second part of the program starts from addressing the 10 stages of Bodhisattva path or practices by showing a graph. And let me pull out my notes here. It's a graph about 10 non-virtuous ways of doing. What will be the effects for that? So for the body, if there is a behavioral way of acting for the non-virtuous actions, there are 3 behavioral non-virtuous ways of acting. First is taking life or killing. The second is called stealing. The third is called sexual misconduct. And for beings committed with this, and for speech, there are 4. The first, for the speech part, with regards to the non-virtuous ways of acting, there are 4. The first is called false speech or lying. The second is called divisive talk. The third is called harsh talk. The fourth is called confused, senseless talk. And for the mind, there are three non-virtuous way of doing. The first is called covetousness or greed. The second is called anger. The third is called misguided views. And for beings who commit this 10, the bad actions, when developed and done a lot, at the worst are the cause of hell. At a middling degree, they are the cause of animality, going to animal realms. And at their least, they are the cause of the underworld. And for beings who commit killing or taking life, if they are born in lower realms, it will end up with short life. And if they are born in humanity, they will have the consequence of having much sickness. And for beings who commit stealing, later on, if they are born in lower realms, they will end up having material poverty. And if they are born in humanity, they will end up facing common possession of property. They don't have ways to maintain their property. For beings who commit sexual misconduct, later on, if they are born into lower realms, they will have the consequence of having unfaithful spouse. And if they are born in humanity realm, they will have the consequence of having an unruly society or family. And for beings who commit false speech or lying a lot, later on, if they are born into the lower realm, they will be facing much slander in their lives. And then if they are born into humanity, they are more likely to be deceived by others and become unreliable beings. And for beings who commit a lot of divisive talks a lot, as they are born into lower realms, they will be likely to have a broken home. And then if they are born into humanity, they will be facing the consequence of having a wretched family. And for beings who commit a lot of harsh talks, later on, if they are born into lower realms, they will be hearing what is displeasing to them. And if they are born into humanity, they will face argumentives a lot of times. And for beings who commit confused, senseless talks a lot, later on when they are born in lower realms, they will be having consequences of seeing one's word, their words will not be believed by others. And then if they are born into humanity, their speeches will be unclear. And for beings who commit covetousness or greed a lot. They'll be, if they are born into lower realm, they will have this they will be in the state of dissatisfaction a lot. And if they are born into humanity, they will be likely to face the ambitiousness and lack of contentment and going after desires all the time. And for beings who are angry a lot, later on, as they are born into lower realm, they will be constantly being talked behind by others. And then if they are born into humanity, they are gonna be attacked and inflamed by ill will and hostilities from others. And for beings who have misguided views a lot, later on, if they are born into lower realms, they will be born in the families with deviation views. And if they are born into humanity, they will be becoming tricky and deceitful in their mind. So and then the second part of the program also goes on to, from this graph, I need about the 10 stages of the Buddhist 10 stages of the Bodhisattva's practices. And then there goes on to descriptions about the 7th and 8th and the 9th and the 10th stages of Bodhisattva practices. And there was a reading in Chinese about this 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th and 10th stages of Bodhisattva practices are the passages from Master Zhen Yan. But with English and Korean translation, we use a different resource of reference given by Ani earlier before, and which will be in English from English is used from the passages quoted from Shangguang magazine. For 10 mental dispositions. Honesty, excuse me. And also the English that was just quoted was also the translation was also can be referred to the flower ornament scripture Shambhala Kindle edition by Mr. Thomas Cleary. And then the sharing went on to, excuse me, I need to find. about the different stages, 6, 7, oh, okay, it's in here. The sixth stage of manifestation, the sixth stage of Bodhisattva practice is called the sixth stage of manifestation of reality, or aka clearly manifest. For the Bodhisattvas prior to the sixth stage, their wisdom might be like a shining sun. The sixth Bodhisattva's wisdom is the most shining and brightest sun instead. And for Bodhisattvas go on to this stage of 6, because of Bodhisattvas at this stage have perfect prajna wisdom so well, all the obscurations associated with ignorance and delusion are then purified. And then all the phenomena of samsara and nirvana are fully evident. With the balance of great prajna wisdom and the not abandonment, great compassion for sentient beings, the sixth stage of Bodhisattvas can enter into deep meditation in an instant, and then enter into the world to deliver sentient beings at the same time. The Bodhisattvas at the stage of 6 are good at observing the 12 links of causes and conditions. And then if they take then they can take a birth in great vehicles in the great vehicle of Pratyeka Buddha. And for the 7 stages of Bodhisattvas, the seventh stage of Bodhisattva's practice is called the stage for far-reaching, or known as far progressed. As we see this word far-reaching, we don't think that let's not think that this Bodhisattvas at this stage like to go going around or go touring a lot. Instead, they have greater abilities to enter into samadhi and then arise from samadhi, deep samadhi meditation called trillion samadhi meditation in an instant, in a single instant, which is advanced far beyond the state of samsara. Bodhisattva at the 7th stage, their wisdom of skillful means is perfected, and all the obscurations associated with lack of skillful means are also purified. And then the 8th stage of Bodhisattva practice is called the stage of immovability. Have you ever had any dreams? Dreaming about yourself crossing a river? Even it's a very difficult river, even it's very difficult to cross a big river, you still use all sorts of different means, trying to reach the other shore. And all of a sudden, all the methods and efforts you have put into suddenly are ceased. And then you can probably enter into this stage of immovability. Bodhisattvas at this stage all the obscurations associated with the lack of strength are purified. And bodhisattvas who have reached this stage cannot be moved by discerning or non-discerning perceptions. Their five senses and emotional minds are transformed, and they gain success to pure realms and make evident both the all-accomplishing wisdom and the wisdom of discernment. Bodhisattva at the ninth stage is called the stage of wondrous wisdom. At this stage, bodhisattvas' obscurations associated with unfulfilled aspirations are purified. At this stage, bodhisattvas who have reached this stage possess perfect discerning awareness and the like. Most unbelievable is that even there is a huge population who are presented in front of the bodhisattvas at the same time, simultaneously listening to the teachings of the ninth stage bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas at this stage then can master their knowledge regarding the inclinations and mentalities of all living beings among in the crowd, and they can deliver each one of them in different ways, and then everyone will get whatever he or she has intended in their mind and feel very happy about the giving. And bodhisattva on the stage of the 10th is called the stage of Dharma cloud, or the cloud of Dharma. Bodhisattva at the 10th stage, their primordial wisdom is perfected, and they are freed from the conceptual obscurations. They gain qualities in a single instant. As many samadhis as there are, inconceivable atoms in inconceivable Buddha fields. Just as before, they possess the 12 sets of qualities, ending with the perfect retinue, which at this stage means being surrounded by as many attendants as there are atoms in the inconceivable Buddha fields. They serve as the regent of a Buddha and bring benefit to others on a vast scale. The 10th stage of Bodhisattva is called Cloud of Dharma. It's because Bodhisattvas at this stage who have reached this stage can cause rain like Dharma, can cause rain like Dharma to fall from the clouds of their jalani and meditation. Upon the fields, all the sentient beings will be tamed and trained. So that's a little bit summary about the stages of Bodhisattva practices from the 6th all the way up to the 10th. And then there is goes on to about 10 powers, 十自在, 10 kinds of mastery. The first is called some words definition, some terms definition again, 10 powers or 10 kinds of mastery. Power of longevity. The first is called power of longevity. The second is called unobstructed mind. The power of unobstructed mind. The third is called the power of mastery of equipment. The fourth is called the power of mastery of karmic activity. The fifth is called the power of mastery of overbirth. The sixth is called the power of mastery of resolve. The seventh is called the power of mastery over vows. And the eighth is called the power of mastery over the teachings. The ninth is called the power of sovereign in regard to the Dharma. The 10th is called the power of mastery over awareness. So Ani goes on to share that as we learn from all these passages above as quoted, we know that as Buddhists, we cannot join the crowds to do gambling. And there are 2 people so far I have known in my lineage, and he says that, are like the freedom of speech and freedom of body as described in Bodhisattva's practices. And these 2 people are His Holiness Gyalwang Gamapa and the Taishidu Rinpoche. These are the really great masters that can know themselves very well about where they are going to be reborn next lifetimes. And they also have got a lot, if they want anything in their mind in just one instant, they may just be getting the offerings for what they want or what they are thinking for. But we ordinary beings are not like this at all. We are far from that. We normally beings just like to make big vows as big masters would do, but we actually cannot carry them out. And later on, we forgot the vows that we have made and the aspirations we have made. While as the great masters or the sages will do every endeavor to carry out what they say and the promises they keep for and the vows they have made, not for themselves, but for the benefits of the sentient beings. And Ani also shares that you might wonder why we spend so much money on doing the Venji banquets quite a lot lately, just to, because our goal is just simply to promote veggie diets, to get more people to vow a little bit about consuming veggie diets once in a while or as much as they can. This is a way for me, Ani says that, to try my best to benefit sentient beings or to gather more people to join us, and then to develop them with better or virtuous mentalities as by consuming veggie diets, if possibly. And maybe some of them, I sincerely hope so, Ani says that, maybe some of them who come to our veggie banquets will later on vow for themselves to consume veggie diets, or even greater, become totally vegetarians themselves. We don't know. Maybe some of the participants who come to our veggie banquets are really great masters, are really great enlightened beings, or you can call them bodhisattvas. We don't know. Bodhisattvas can manifest themselves in different, in countless, limitless forms. And they may be just coming to our banquets and then hide themselves in the crowds. So you don't understand and you don't see them. We don't understand and we don't see them. And you may not understand what I'm doing here by giving away free veggie banquets. That is just my simple aspiration. I hope by doing so, by offering veggie meals to whoever comes to our banquet, later on, they can get benefit out of it. They can feel the benefits out of it, and then later on, they vow themselves to consume veggie diets once in a while, or as more often as they can, and which in return will bring about more goodness in all beings, which then later on will cause the effect of reducing the disasters in this world in the near future. And then there goes on to the reading about this second stage of Bodhisattva practice by the Venerable Great Master Jing Kong. In Chinese, there's a kind of like a verse in Chinese, and I try to translate it into a verse format as much as possible. It says like this. It goes as following. Understand that all existence differ, and yet enter the one, the sameness. The one, or called the sameness, is the essential truth, the true nature. All existences are derived from the mind. There is no existence outside the mind, and no mind outside the existence. If seeing existence or one, it's not deviation from defilement. Oneness and differences are both extreme views. When there is the extinction of oneness and difference, there is no rising of mind and thoughts. According to Bodhisattva Maitreya, one bullet contains billions of thousands of hundreds of billions thoughts in one, and one thought in all. All Buddhas when they are encountering each other, they remain in immovability and calmness, and they return to the silent illumination. As differences enter into oneness, and oneness enter into extinction, this is called stage of freedom from defilement. Two extremes are then ended. Two extremes are not good to the middle way. So at the end of the second part of the, and then Ani goes on to share that for normal people like us, we cannot really observe what we our behaviors are, and therefore we cannot really, because we don't observe and we are not aware about our behaviors at each moment, and we cannot realize what we have done or what we are doing in our life activities. We don't even know when we are giving thoughts to good or bad thoughts. If we are giving rise to a good thought or bad thought, we don't usually know, and we have no awareness toward it. For example, as a cup of tea is given, one may think or have this idea of, is this given to me? Should I give it to the other or another person? Or should I keep it to myself and not give it to others at all? So we will have this all sorts of thoughts rising in our mind constantly. Just even for a single of instance of a cup of tea is given. And Buddha then differently, as tea is given to him, on top of that, he will just either have the tea or just divide the tea into the number of the people who are at present. And so then you will see the differences from Buddha and us. We then can learn from the Buddha that from our good spiritual teacher. This is very important. We all need to find good spiritual teachers ourselves, because a good spiritual teacher can guide us toward liberation. He or she will teach you to change or tame your mind according to your habits. For a person like Charlene, she may need be scolded from time to time for her to learn better. And for a different person, the teacher might give a different teaching, such as giving you the practice of recitation, the 6 syllables, Om Mani Padme Hum. Or the teacher may ask you to engage in different kinds of services for others. So the teacher will know how to teach you. It's because the teacher knows that your inclination of how your thoughts is given, of how you are given about how you are, how your thoughts are rising or falling in your mind. According to these habitual energies of yours, the teacher will then give you, the good teacher will then give you different guidance, and you need to abide in your teacher's guidance for you. And then it goes on to another form, another graph as shown in this passage about the 10th stages of Bodhisattva practices. And I'll just take out some of them, not all of them, because it's quite a thorough graph. For example, for the practices on there's a corresponding theme of practice for each stage of Bodhisattva practice. For example, for the first stage of Bodhisattva extreme joy, the theme practice is giving. And for the second stage of Bodhisattva practice, the stage of purity or freedom from defilement, the focus of the practice is discipline or precept or morality abiding. For the third stage Bodhisattva practice, the focus will be patience or forbearance, according to the 10 paramita or the 10 perfections of practices. And for the fourth stage Bodhisattva practice, the focus is the fourth paramita, effort or diligence. For the fifth stage Bodhisattva, the theme practice, the focus of the practice, is matching to that in the fifth paramita, meditation. And for the sixth stage Bodhisattva, the focus of the practice according to the concepts in the 10th paramita is the sixth paramita, wisdom. And for the seventh stage of Bodhisattva, the focus of the practice is equal to that in the seventh paramita called skillful means. And the eighth stage Bodhisattva, the theme or the focus of the practice can be found in the eighth paramita, the vow. The ninth stage Bodhisattva practice is equivalent to the 10th. The focus of the practice is corresponding to the ninth paramita, called power. And the 10th stage of Bodhisattva practice, the focus is relating to the, with regards to the 10 paramitas, is called omniscience. So this is just a little sharing from this huge graph according to the practices, the name of the 10 stages, practices, and the focus of the practices according to 10 paramitas, or the 4 means of conversion, and the 10 hindrances, and the vehicles, etc. And this is a graph also quoted from the Shangguang Nunnery's magazine. And then there's a recitation of from the Flower Ornament Sutra on the second page, second stage of Bodhisattva practice, called the stage of purity, or the stage of freedom, the stage of freedom from defilement. And the English translation is quoted from my Kindle subscription, The Flower Ornament Scripture by Mr. Thomas Cleary. The enlightening being Diamond Matrix said, the enlightening beings who have successfully accomplished the requirements of the first stage and seek the second stage should activate the 10 mental dispositions: honesty, gentleness, capability, docility, tranquility, goodness, non-defilement, non-attachment, broad-mindedness, and magnanimity. When these 10 dispositions are operative, one is established in the second stage of enlightening beings, the stage of purity. Enlightening beings in the stage of purity naturally become imbued with 10 virtuous ways of acting. They avoid taking life. They abandon weapons and hostility. They have conscience and sympathy, and are compassionate and kind to all living beings, wishing for their welfare. They do not harm living beings, even in their fantasies, much less injure other beings by gross physical harm with the conception of beings as such. The enlightening beings also abandon taking what is not given. They are satisfied with what they have and do not desire others' possessions, thinking of things that belong to others as belongings to others. They do not give rise to any intention to steal, and do not take even so much as a blade of grass or a leaf that is not given to them, much less take the necessities of life from others. The enlightening beings also abandon sexual misconduct. They are satisfied with their own spouses and do not desire the spouses of others. They do not give rise to desire for others' spouses, much less have sexual intercourse with them. The enlightening beings also abandon false speech, speaking truthfully, according to what is so, in a manner appropriate to the time, and acting accordingly. Even in dreams, they do not speak falsehood with the intention to deceive by concealing what they see, believe, wish, intend, or desire. They do not tell lies even in dreams, much less consciously. The enlightening beings also abandon malicious talk and are not divisive or annoying to sentient beings. They do not gossip or tell tales here and there to cause division. They do not break up those who are together or increase the division of those who already split. They do not enjoy disunion, do not delight in separation, and do not speak words that cause division, whether they are true or not. The enlightening beings also abandon coarse speech and give up speech that is out of place, crude, dirty, harsh to others, openly or covertly, annoying to others, vulgar, worldly or impure, unpleasant to hear, provocative, irritating, outrageous, displeasing, disagreeable, unpleasant, destructive to self or others. Having given up such speech, the enlightening beings speak words that are abrasive and gentle, agreeable, sweet, causing pleasure, delightful, beneficial, pure, pleasant to the ears, congenial, likable, elegant and clear, understandable, worth hearing, not mixed up, desirable to many people, liked by many people, pleasing to so many people, agreeable to many people, enlightening beings and pleasurable to all beings, mentally uplifting, purifying self and others. The enlightening beings also abandon useless speech. They speak prudently, in accord with time, truthfully, meaningfully, rightly, logically, instructively. They speak words with content, carefully considering and guarding their speech, in accord with the occasion, in well-regulated order, reflecting even before telling a joke, and never, of course, chattering at random. The enlightening beings also become free from covetousness, not even conceiving any craving for others' wealth, pleasures, enjoyments, goods, and possessions, much less desiring to possess what belongs to others. They do not speak or hope for or desire gain. The enlightening beings also become free from malevolence and anger. They are kind to all beings, desirous of their welfare, sympathetic, solicitous, loving, protective of all, attentive to what is good for them, giving up everything of the nature of the blemish of anger, resentment and unfriendliness, opposition and attack, inflamed by ill will and hostility. The enlightening beings are to reflect on what is beneficial, considering what is called for by kindness for the welfare and happiness of all beings. The enlightening beings also come to have right insight and follow the right path. They give up divination and various misguided views. See rightly, do not practice deception, and set their minds on the Buddha, teaching, and community. As enlightening beings constantly preserve these 10 virtuous ways, they evoke this intent. Whatever ills, states of woe, and pitfalls beset sentient beings, All are caused by practicing non-virtuous action. So I myself will abide in right action and also lead others to right action. Why? It is impossible to get others to abide in right action as long as one does not abide in right action himself, oneself. They also think thus, the realms of health, animality, and ghosthood are established by the practice of bad ways of action, and the states from humanity up to the highest realm of existence are established by the practice of good ways of action. The 10 ways of good action on a higher level practiced by wisdom due to narrowness, fear of the world, lack of great compassion, following the speech of another, develop the vehicle of hearers, purified on a yet higher level because of not being led by another, because of self-realization without following anyone, because of self-enlightenment without seeking from anyone, because of lack of great compassion and skill in means, because of profound understanding of conditionality. They develop the vehicle of individual illuminates, purified on an even higher level by immeasurable broad-mindedness, sympathy and compassion, absorption of skill in means, undertaking of great vows, not abandoning sentient beings, and focus on the vast knowledge of Buddhahood. They make for the breadth of practice to purify the stages of enlightening beings and the ways of transcendence. Purified on a yet higher level, they are conducive to the perfection of all characteristics of enlightenment, up to the endowment with the 10 powers and the full realization of all qualities of Buddhahood. Therefore, by means of these ways of good action, having undertaken them all equally, effort should be made to accomplish the complete purification of all of their aspects. They also realize this. Bad actions at their worst, when developed and done a lot, are the cause of hell. At a middling degree, they are the cause of animality. At their least, they are the cause of the underworld. Taking life leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But if one is born human, it brings about 2 consequences: a short life and much sickness. Stealing leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But if one is born inhuman, it brings about 2 consequences: material poverty and common possession of property. Sexual misconduct leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But if one is born human, it brings about 2 consequences: an unruly society and an unfaithful spouse. Lying leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But if one is born human, it brings on 2 consequences: much slander and unreliability. Divisive talk leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But if one is born human, it brings about 2 consequences: a broken home and a wretched family. Harsh talk leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld, But if one is born human, it brings about 2 consequences: hearing what is displeasing, and argumentiveness. Confused, senseless talk leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But if one is born human, it brings about two consequences. One's words will not be believed, and one's speech will be unclear. Covetousness leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But then if one is born human, it brings about two consequences: dissatisfaction and ambitiousness. Anger leads to hell, to animality, to the underworld. But then if one is born human, it brings on two consequences: falling into bad views and becoming tricky and deceitful. Thus, these 10 bad ways of action tend to the formation of an immeasurably great mass of misery. So let us leave behind these 10 bad ways of action and enjoy the delights of the garden of righteousness. Having abandoned these 10 bad ways of action, they live by the 10 good ways of action, and also lead others to them. Even more, do the enlightening beings arouse toward all sentient beings desire for their welfare and happiness, with kindness, sympathy, compassion, and desire to care for them and protect them, thinking of all beings as equal to themselves, thinking of themselves as examples and teachers. This is what the enlightening beings think. Alas, these beings have fallen into wrong views. Their thinking and disposition of mind is wrong, traveling on erroneous path. In the midst of entanglements, they should be set by us on the true way, the road of right insight, in accord with reality. Alas, these beings are at odds, argumentative, involved in disputes, always burning with anger and hatred. We should establish them in the exercise of unexcelled great kindness. Alas, these beings are insatiable, coveting others' goods, following bad ways of making a living. We should establish them in pure deed, word, thought, and livelihood. Unfortunately, these beings follow the motivations of lust, hatred, and delusion, are burned by the flames of various afflictions, and do not seek a means of final escape from them. We should lead them to Nirvana, where all afflictions cease and there are no ills. Regrettably, these beings are veiled by the darkness and obscurity of delusion, and covered by the darkness of ignorance. They have entered a vast tangle of darkness, have become far astray from the realm of wisdom, and fallen into a great darkness, entered a wilderness of erroneous views. We should clarify their eye of unobstructed wisdom, so they will know all the things as they really are, without being directed by another. Alas, these beings are traveling in the desert of routine existence. They are in trouble, uneasy, fallen into great pitfall, facing a fall into the realm of hell's animality, or the underworld. They are snared into the dangerous net of false views, entangled in delusion. They have gone off on the wrong road, are blind, lack a guide, and think what is not salvation is salvation. Bound by the rope of demons, they are taken in by the thieving sense objects, are without a good guide, and have entered the thickest of demonic dispositions, becoming far astray from the enlightened mentality. We should save them from such hardships of the wasteland of the mundane world, and should settle them in the city of fearlessness, the city of all knowledge, where there is no affliction or pain. These beings, unfortunately, are sunk in the waves of great torments, plunged into the flows of a desire, existence, ignorance, and views, swept along by the current of the mundane world, fallen into the river of craving, into great rapids, unable to see objectively, going along the creepers of thoughts of lust, malice, viciousness, caught by the demon of the view of real existence of the body. Plunged into the swirling abyss of desire, into the midst of passion for enjoyment, cast up on the land of self-conceit, rotten inside by misconduct and bad behavior, unable to escape the danger of the village of the six senses, without anyone to rescue them, without a savior or protector, without a refuge. We should bring forth great compassion, virtue, and power, and set them on the jewel island of omniscience, free from troubles, free from passion, peaceful, happy, free from danger, beyond all fears. These beings are unfortunately locked up in much suffering, sadness, and irritation, in bounds of love and hate, like and dislike, in sadness and grief, in the fetters of craving, in the tangles of illusion, deceit, and ignorance, in the prison of the triple world. We should lead them to nirvana, detached from the triple world, the city of fearlessness. Where all suffering ceases, free from obstruction. Alas, these beings are attached to self and possessions, unable to get out of clinging to the elements of body and mind, acting according to delusions, dwelling in the desolate village of the senses, attacked by the vipers of physical constituents, besieged by the murderous bandits of the body-mind clusters, experiencing immeasurable pain. We should bring them to supreme bliss, free from all attachments, that is, to nirvana, void of all obstructions. It is a pity that the aspiration of these sentient beings are base and narrow, and they lack the will for highest omniscience. Even if they want to escape, they think of the vehicles of those aiming for individual enlightenment and liberation alone. We should set them in the excelled great vehicle of universal salvation in accord with focus on the grace resolution for supreme Buddhahood and the perspicacity of omniscience. Perspicacity of omniscience. Thus, many Buddhas come within the range of perception of the enlightening beings who are in accord with sustaining power of morality, who have skillfully activated sympathy, compassion, and kindness, who are unsolicited good friends to all beings. who have not abandoned sentient beings, who skillfully accomplish what is to be done, who are stationed in the enlightening being's stage of purity. By the enlightening being's great vision and willpower, the enlightening beings perceive enormously many Buddhas, many hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions of Buddhas, by their tremendous vision and the power of their vows. Having seen those Buddhas, they honor and pay respect and homage to them with lofty intent, and provide them with the necessities, clothing, food, drink, bedding, and medicine. They also provide comforts for enlightening beings and pay respect to their religious community. They dedicate these roots of goodness to unexcelled perfect enlightenment. Also, they attend those Buddhas and respectfully learn from them the 10 ways of virtuous action, and never forget them as they have learned them. Over countless eons, rid of the defilements of envy and bad behavior, they therefore attain purity and generosity and morality. Just as gold becomes more and more free from all impurities when put in vitriol, so do enlightening beings in the stage of purity by virtue of riddance of the impurity of envy and bad behavior, accomplish purity of generosity and morality. Among the 4 means of salvation, kind speech is paramount in them. Among the 10 transcendent ways, morality is paramount. This does not mean they do not practice the rest. They do so as best they can. It is as is appropriate. This is a brief explanation of the second stage of enlightening beings. The stage of purity. Many of the enlightening beings in this stage are sovereigns, lords of our 4 continents, and masters of the law, competent, powerful, able to rid beings of the impurities of bad behavior, to set them on the 10 paths of virtuous conduct. Whatever acts the enlightening beings undertake, whether by way of giving kind speech, or beneficial action, or cooperation, all of it is done with no other thoughts in mind, but thoughts of the Buddha, the teaching, and the community. The practices of enlightening beings, the ways of transcendence, the stages, the powers, the expertises, the unique qualities of the Buddha, and all aspects of omniscience. Why? To become the best of beings, unexcelled leaders and guides, and ultimately omniscient refugees. Those who seek to be thus undertake the appropriate effort by which they give up all comforts and go forth into the teaching of Buddha. Having gone forth, in a single instant, they suddenly attain 1,000 concentrations, see 1,000 Buddhas and recognize their power, shake 1,000 worlds, go to 1,000 fields, illumine 1,000 worlds, mature 1,000 beings, live 1,000 eons, penetrate 1,000 eons past and future, contemplate 1,000 teachings, and manifest 1,000 bodies, each body manifesting a company of 1,000 enlightening beings. The enlightening beings with the superior power of commitment, by the quality of excellence of vows, transform their bodies, auras, mystic vows, visions, spheres of operation, voices, conduct, adornments, power, resolutions, performances in countless ways. The diamond matrix both these verses explaining the meaning of this stage. They are gentle, honest, mild, capable, of goodwill, docile, unalloyed, unattached, of lofty awareness. With breadth of mind, they enter the second stage. Here, they are bearers of virtue, imbued with good. Avoiding the taking of life, their minds are free from viciousness. They do not take what is not given or take others' spouses. They are truthful, do not slander, and are not harsh in speech. They have no desire for others' possessions, are kind-hearted, follow the right path, and have no deceitful mind. With phantom bodies, beautifully adorned, they honor the teacher and are always diligent. The paths of hell and animal realms, punishment in the underworld, eternal burning and hunger, all are produced by evil doings. Rejecting them, let us arrive at truth. From birth in the human realm as desired, up to the peak of existence, free from strife, with the bliss of meditation. The vehicle of solitary illuminates, and the vehicle of discipline of disciples and Buddhas. All come to exist from the 10 paths of virtue. Knowing this, enlightening beings are always diligent, firmly abiding by the ethics, and also inducing others to do so. Furthermore, imbued with compassion. Knowing beings are suffering, they give rise to sympathy. Falling into wrong views are these ignorant ones, with minds quick to anger, hate, and argue, always unsatisfied, seeking objects evermore. These beings, motivated by desire, hatred, and delusion, should be liberated. They are covered by a great darkness, plunged into delusion, on a bad road in wilderness, in great net of views. In the cage of mundane life, enemies attack them. We should liberate those in the cage of the devil, taken by the waves of afflictions, sunk in the torrents. They are tormented by 100 miseries in the triple world, wrapped up in the clusters, thinking of them as self. For their sake we strive to please them to release them from pain, having given up this supreme vehicle of Buddhahood. Though they aim for escape, their aspiration is low. We will establish them in the undefiled knowledge of the enlightened. The enlightening beings arouse incomparable vigor in the cause of enlightenment. At this stage, the great sages, having gathered hundreds of virtues, see many Buddhas and honor them with offerings. Their virtue is burnished, and the more for countless eons, like gold plunged into vitriol. Here, enlightening beings become monarchs, leading sentient beings by the 10 virtues. By all the virtue they have amassed, they will too become saviors of the world. rich in the 10 powers, wishfully giving up the pleasures of kingship, gone forth into the supreme teaching steadfast, full of vigor. They attain supreme concentration and instantly see 1,000 Buddhas. The enlightening beings in this stage also display many spiritual powers of such worthy intentions. Beyond this, imbued with the power of vows and knowledge, they guide beings with many kinds of miracles. Thus has been explained the second stage exalted of enlightening beings who work for the will of all worlds. And so this is the first two parts. These are the first summary of the first two parts of the program. And due to the limits of the power of the cell phone, so we are gonna take a break, and we'll be resuming. We will soon be back later. Hello everyone. Right now I'm again making up the English translation for last night's program of Annie Sanjiao, sharing a lot of materials collected on the topic of second stage of Bodhisattva practice, the stage of purity. And the second part of English translation starts with the English reading from the Kamabba, the 17th Kyawang Kamabba, on May 29th, 2018, in the year of 2018, at the Riverside Church, New York. The topic of this talk is the Kamabba begins the teaching on the 37 practices of a Bodhisattva. So it goes as following. 10 years ago, His Holiness published Traveling the Path of Compassion, his contemporary on the 37 practices of a Bodhisattva, which he had taught to a group of nuns on the other side of the globe in a small village of northern India. Today, he renewed his connection with this text in the thriving metropolis of multi-ethnic New York, showing again that this famous explanation of how to develop a pure heart to benefit oneself and others is relevant to all people and in all places. Today's teaching took place in a soaring space of the Riverside Church, a landmark in New York, known for his openness to many spiritual traditions and for his compassionate activity in the community. Centered before the altar was a golden brocade seat for His Holiness, and behind it was a large image of Avalokiteshvara, floating above New York City. People leave home. People have come from all over the world to be here as the Karmapa begins to teach again. The president of Karma Trayana Dharma Chakra, Kempo Karma Tenjong, welcomed everyone and spoke of the 5 certainties in terms of today's teachings. The first is that of the perfect teacher, the Buddha Galwan Karmapa, who shows people how to look at their minds. The second is the perfect teachings of the Dharma, the 37 practices of Bodhisattva by Nyingju Tongmei, which dispels the darkness of our doubts. The third is the perfect place, the Riverside Church, which has a history of hosting luminaries such as His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the 16 Galwan Karmapa, Martin Luther King, and Nelson Mandela. The perfect retinue is our Dharma friends, along the path who are here around us. And finally, the perfect time is this full moon day of Sakadawa, when the Buddha was born, became enlightened, and passed into Nirvana. His Holiness then began. This occasion of these teachings was created by the Karmapa Kano Foundation and Karma Trayana Dharma Chakra, associated by the Karmapa Service Society and the Ocean of Merit, with help from the Danang Foundation, Trangu Dharma Chakra, and the KTD centers in New York and in New Jersey and New York. We are very grateful to all of them for their support. In order to teach about the training of a Bodhisattva, one really needs to embody the activity of a Bodhisattva and be able to inspire people. At the very least, this person should be able to bring everyone who hears their teachings into developing aspiration bodhicitta, thereby setting them irrevocably on the path to certain Buddhahood. To be honest, I do not feel that, His Holiness Karmapa said, to be honest, I do not feel that I have these qualities. And so in front of this distinguished assembly, I feel a little bit embarrassed to teach the practices of a Bodhisattva. However, everyone here shares the desire to practice a Bodhisattva's training, including myself. So I will regard this situation as one where we are all studying the training together, and will do my best to explain it. I think it would be good to start with a reading transmission and then go through the text verse by verse. Taken as a whole, the text of the 37 practices has 3 main sections. First, the homage to the lineage from which these teachings stems from, and the promise to compose the text. Second, the main body of the text, or the explanation of his central topic, and finally the conclusion. The text begins with the invocation in Sanskrit, Namo Lokesvaraya, which means homage to the Lord of the world, one of the many names of the Bodhisattva Avalokita or Chenrezig. Why does the author first pay homage to him? Chenrezig is the embodiment of compassion of all the Buddhas, and the principal training of the Bodhisattva is love, compassion, and bodhicitta. The first verse is the homage. Although he sees that all phenomena are free of coming and going, he strives only to the benefit of beings. To the protector Avalokiteshvara and the Supreme Guru, I continually pay homage with my 3 gates. Paying homage to Chenrezig, inseparable from his guru. The author Nyingju Tongmei highlights the 2 main traits of Chenrezig: his primordial wisdom that knows everything and his loving compassion. Through this first, he knows just as it is the nature of all things. Through the second, he works to benefit those who suffer, as they have not realized the illusory nature of phenomena. The second verse is the promise to keep to the text. The sources of benefit and happiness, the perfect Buddhas, come from accomplishing the genuine Dharma. Since this depends on understanding the practices, I will explain the practices of the Bodhisattvas. The first line here points to the source of immediate as well as the ultimate benefit of happiness, which is the perfect Buddhas. Practicing the stages of the path, the Buddhas in turn arise from truly accomplishing the authentic teachings of the Mahayana. They engage in the aspect of method, which gives rise to bodhicitta, the root of great compassion, and then gradually cultivate the 6 perfections, starting with generosity. This practice is combined with the aspect of wisdom, the sixth perfection, which realizes the lack of true existence of all things. The practice again depends on a correct understanding of what the practice involves. Therefore, in order to enable beings to achieve Buddhahood, which depends on the practice of Dharma, which then depends on understanding it, the author Nyingju Tongmei will explain the practice of a Bodhisattva. The next verse, the first one of the actual 37 practices, begins the second and the main section of the text. It has 2 parts. The first is the preparations that lead to the path, and the second is the main part that describes 3 types of individuals. The preliminaries encompass the next 7 verses, each with a separate topic. The first stanza speaks of understanding how precious one's present rebirth is, with all his leisures and resources. Now we have this great vessel of freedoms and resources, so difficult to find, so that we may liberate ourselves and others from the ocean of samsara, day and night without distraction. To listen, contemplate, and meditate is the practice of Bodhisattva. The Karmapa teachings state that just by achieving a precious human rebirth, you have traveled half the path to Buddhahood. It is that important because It is freed of most obstacles to the path of enlightenment and endowed with what is conducive to the practice of the Dharma. Such a state of excellent resources is extremely hard to find. So we should not waste this precious rebirth. Just use it well to achieve our aim. The second stanza deals with the topic of the remedy for the three poisons, abandoning one's birthplace since it is their origin. Attachment to our close ones stirs up like water. Hatred, our enemies, burns in us like fire. Dark with ignorance, we forget what to adopt or reject. To abandon one's homeland is the practice of a bodhisattva. As beginners, it is difficult for us to face the three poisons, but we can distance ourselves from the conditions that stimulate them. In our homeland, we are surrounded by people we know, some of whom we dislike and others whom we like. This kind of environment keeps our mind from relaxing and prevents us from coming to a place where we can rest and settle. So for beginners, it helps to escape. We may not be able to do this totally, but we might be able to distance our mind. Our surroundings definitely have an effect on us. Our surroundings definitely have an effect on us. The third stanza approaches preparation from the other side of what is positive and presents the benefit of solitude or isolation. Abandoning negative places, the afflictions gradually diminish. Without any distraction, virtuous activity naturally increases. Through clear awareness, ascertainment of the Dharma arises. To rely on solitary places is the practice of a bodhisattva. The solitude described in this stanza is a physical one, such as a place where there are no other people. But nowadays, we all cannot just take off for an isolated place. And even if we could not spend our lives there. Moreover, simply going to an isolated place does not ensure that our minds will find the solitude that allows them to be settled into themselves. What is more important, therefore, is that even if we live in a busy city, we make time for the Dharma, which means to make time for ourselves. We are very busy meeting the many demands of our time from work, society, and family. So it is important that we spend time alone. We need to make a time when we can be at peace and relax. Otherwise, our minds will be constantly disturbed by others and by outer conditions. The fourth verse concerns mentally letting go of concerns for this life through the contemplation of impermanence. We will part from each of the loved ones we have long befriended. We will leave behind the wealth we have so diligently amassed. Our consciousness, the guest, will cast away this body, the guest house. To let go of this life is the practice of a bodhisattva. This verse points to the fact that we need to focus on the long term in order to practice Dharma. It means that we are not too attached to immediate gratification to the happiness and pleasures of this life. Without this long-term vision, it is difficult to practice Dharma. Mentally letting go of this time means that we are less obsessed with this life, and remember that there are more lives to come, which require preparation. Many of us are so preoccupied with the pleasures of this life, continually trying to gratify our body, speech, and mind, that we are not able to imagine anything beyond this lifetime. But as we all know, every situation or pleasure is bound to change. So we need to lengthen our focus and seek the stable happiness that comes through the practice of Dharma. The fifth stanza speaks of the need to avoid negative friends and teachers. If you befriend this one, the three poisons will proliferate. The deeds of listening, contemplating, and meditating will diminish, and loving kindness and compassion will disappear. To abandon negative friends is the practice of a bodhisattva. The negative influences described in this verse refer to a type of companion who could be a spiritual teacher promulgating what is incorrect, or they could be inauthentic. It can also be a friend or a Dharma practitioner whose thinking and behavior were mistaken. The point here is whatever causes your three poisons to increase and your practice of hearing, contemplating, and meditating to deteriorate is a negative influence, and you should distance yourself from them. The sixth verse speaks of the opposite situation, a true spiritual friend. If you rely on this one, your faults will ebb away. Your qualities will expand like the waxing moon. Therefore, to cherish a genuine spiritual friend, even more than your own body, is the practice of a bodhisattva. The point here is that we should associate with authentic spiritual friends who cause all of our faults to steadily diminish and all of our qualities to steadily increase. We should cherish them. Therefore, more than we do our own body or life. Our parents gave us our human life, but our spiritual friends give us our spiritual life. Since we cherish that life, we should cherish the spiritual friend who gave it to us. The seventh verse is about going for refuge to the three jewels, because they are infallible. Our undeceiving and it does not, undeceiving, and it does not really need commentary. Bound themselves in the prison of samsara, whom do the worldly gods have the power to protect. Therefore, when seeking a refuge, to go for refuge to the three jewels that will not deceive you is the practice of a bodhisattva. In sum, these 7 verses are 7 methods of aspects of the preliminaries, which guide us into Dharma. Sometimes it is hard for people to understand why so much is said about them, and it often takes life experience to appreciate their value. So if you do not see why these preliminaries are emphasized, do not dismiss them out of hand. At some point, you will welcome to realize their worth. In fact, all of us need to take an interest in them. It is possible that people could practice for a long time, 10 or 12 years, without achieving any particular signs or progress. The main reason for this is that, in the beginning, they did not allow their minds to be penetrated by or blend in with the preliminary practices. They should connect in the same way your skin adheres to the flesh beneath it. Without this, if we attempt the main or higher practices, we will find that the Dharma remains distant, because in the beginning, the Dharma did not blend together with our mind. So practice the preliminaries well. Let them cohere to your mind, just as your skin is joined to your flesh. It is easy to read through a text and get a basic understanding of it, but it is more difficult to apply these teachings to your real life, which is not as simple as reading a book. Life is not that easy because things are mixed. The good and the bad, the true and the false, come along together. Since life is difficult and not clear-cut like a book, we need to spend time making use of our analytical mind and our wisdom. Life is not an open book, so we need to look beyond the written page to what is happening around us. The stanzas dealing with negative influences and spiritual friends, for example, instruct that we should avoid negative friends who cause the three poisons, ignorance, attachment, and anger, to increase. This sounds simple, but really can be more complicated. The three poisons can increase if in association with a spiritual friend. Your motivation is impure, or your thinking and actions are incorrect. The spiritual friend may be genuine or even flawless, but the poisons will still grow due to our imperfect state of mind. The text puts it simply: abandon those who cause your three poisons to increase. In practice, however, the situation also involves you're looking to see if your thinking is right or wrong. Your thinking is right or not. Maybe the spiritual friend is not the problem, but your own motivation is. Historically, we see an example of this in the case of the Buddha, who, to say the least, was the ideal spiritual friend. Nevertheless, some people saw him as flawed. So their contact with the Buddha caused their poisons to grow. The texts say that a spiritual friend should be perfect, possessed of every possible virtue and positive quality, and free of all defects or character flaws. This is the description of an ideal, theoretically the best of the best. In fact, however, it is very hard to find someone like this. Principally, the point is that whether the spiritual friend has defects or not, but the effect they have on you. Because of their qualities and regardless of their defects, their influence changes you for the better, makes you more spiritual, gives you new courage. And creates a certainty in the Dharma. Further, these changes are not are not ephemeral, but stay put. This is what matters. Actually, when we consider the authenticity of a spiritual friend, we should not think of the spiritual friend as being isolated in a vacuum. Why? Because their authenticity is determined by the amount of benefit they can bring to a particular disciple. In fact, the relation between a teacher and student is an interdependent one. A teacher is valued in terms of how much benefit they can bring to the student. Sometimes it seems that we are discussing spiritual friends as isolated individuals, but actually it is more useful to consider the interdependent relationship between the teacher and the student. Is it benefiting that particular disciple or not? This completes the presentation of the preliminaries, and now we will move into the main part, the explanation of the 3 stages in terms of the 3 types of individuals. The 8th stanza describes the path of the individual. The sage taught that the sufferings of the lower realms, extremely difficult to bear, are the results of negative actions. Therefore, even at the risk of your own life, never commit negative actions is the practice of a bodhisattva. A lesser individual is someone who, motivated by their fear of a lower rebirth, avoids all negative actions. The 9th verse deals with the individual of the intermediate type. The pleasures of the 3 realms, like dewdrops on a blade of grass, are phenomena that perish in an instant. To strive for the supreme state of liberation that never changes, is the practice of a bodhisattva. The intermediate individual is someone who, since they have transcended attachment to all the pleasures of samsara, strives for personal liberation. Lord Atisha, the founder of the Kamabha tradition, presented the description of the Buddhist path as the 3 types of individuals or persons. It was his way of summarizing all the practices of the Sutra and Tantra. However, the term individual or person does not really convey the meaning of the original Sanskrit term Purusha. This indicates a person, but one with a power of or capability. Each of these 3 types of people has a certain capability, have a certain capacity, which translates into the question of how much responsibility that person can carry. This is what distinguishes the 3 types: the extent to which they can bear responsibility. The path of the 3 types of individuals is very much like the course of our lives. When we humans are first born, we are incapable of surviving on our own as tiny babies, and depend completely on others, in particular our parents. Eventually, we became able to walk and then work and then function in the world. Similarly, through the spiritual path, our capacity to bear responsibilities grows as we pass through these 3 stages of our lives. When we begin our spiritual journey, we cannot handle the responsibility of the greater individual. Yet, eventually we will develop this capacity. It is better, therefore, to consider these three kinds of individuals not as unchanging personality types, so we would remain a lesser individual or start out and stay a greater individual. It is usually a question of stages that we all must pass through as we move along our spiritual path. If we consider our spiritual journey to resemble our physical life, then there are stages to it, as there are for a child growing up. Not just as children receive education and training, we on the spiritual path also require training. If children do not receive the necessary training, they will remain childish throughout their lives. As we require care and attention as a child, so do we need spiritual care to grow up spiritually. It is not easy to bring up a child. It involves relationships between parents, siblings, and so forth. On the one hand, everyone wants to be loving and affectionate to a child. But it is also true that children can be quite mischievous. It is true of our minds as well, which can be more mischievous than a naughty child. So sometimes we have a difficult time bringing up our minds. In general, we seem to need some kind of image or analogy to understand how our spiritual life develops. If we see that in training our minds, we are doing something similar to bringing up a child, we will know how to continue on the path. Without a picture of what we should do, we may feel somewhat lost and unsure of how to practice. The lesser individual, who is presented as the lowest common denominator of the spiritual path, is someone as are the other two types of individuals who believes in rebirth, and their primary concern is to avoid a lower rebirth. These days, however, we need to divide this first category into two types: the man or actual one, and the mere lesser individual. The actual one is what we have described as someone who believes in rebirth and fearing the lower realms, seeks to avoid negative actions that would bring this about. The mere lesser individual is a type rarely discussed in Buddhist texts, but one that we need in our contemporary world to describe people who are on a spiritual path but do not believe in rebirth or are uncertain about it. They are concerned primarily with benefits in this life and do not consider much or at all past and future lives. With this update to traditional Buddhist teachings, the Karmapa closed the morning session in reciting the third Karmapa's aspiration for the Mahamudra of the definitive meaning. Aspiration for the Mahamudra of definitive meaning, and then dedicating the merit accumulated through listening to the teachings. It was a balmy spring day that greeted people as they stepped out into the green world of Riverside Park with their friends. On this Tuesday afternoon, the Gyalwang Karmapa continued his discussion of the path of the three types of individuals, now focusing on the greater path, or the path of the great individual. From among the three, the lesser, the intermediate, and the greater path, the Karmapa said, the path of the great individual occupies the larger portion of this text. In this text, the path of the lesser individual is presented fundamentally as the abandonment of all wrongdoing motivated by the fear of suffering lower rebirths. Though there are many practices on this lesser path, this description is what the text emphasizes. Correspondingly, intermediate path is presented as the path of someone who seeks liberation from all samsara, because they recognize that all of the three levels of existence or realms, in short, all of samsara, are states of suffering. By contrast, someone on the greater path seeks the achievement of omniscience, a state of Buddhahood that is beyond both samsara and nibbana, through a path that integrates emptiness and compassion. The presentation of the greater path is divided into two phases. The first is the presentation of the vast intention of bodhicitta, and bodhicitta itself is presented in two sections, the cultivation or relative bodhicitta, and the cultivation of absolute bodhicitta. Thus, the afternoon session began with the presentation of relative bodhicitta, which occupies stanza 10 and 11. Stanza 10 says, "From beginless time, my mothers have loved me. If they suffer, how can I worry about my own happiness? Therefore, in order to liberate sentient beings that are infinite, to give rise to bodhicitta is the practice of a bodhisattva." What is described here is how we cultivate relative bodhicitta in actual meditation practice. The stages which culminate the ability to exchange oneself for others. This begins with reminding ourselves of the many reasons for finding beings pleasing, such as they all have been or our loving mother, and so forth. And one cultivates this attitude of finding beings worthy of affection until it culminates in great impartial love. Then on that basis, we cultivate the desire to free them from all sufferings, which is the compassion. And this culminates the readiness or ability to actually exchange our own happiness or well-being for the suffering of others. The 11th stanza, the second stanza concerned with the cultivation of relative bodhicitta, describes how to implement relative bodhicitta once we have gained the willingness and ability to actually exchange our happiness for another's suffering. All suffering, without exception, arises from the desire for our own happiness. Perfect Buddhahood comes from the wish to benefit others. Therefore, it is the practice of this Bodhisattva to completely exchange our own happiness for others' suffering. His Holiness said that we should look at this stanza as presenting the application of our practice in post-meditation. In particular, it shows us how to respond appropriately to adversity by transforming it into the means of the path. The idea here is that in post-meditation, when we conclude a session of formal practice, rather than leave the practice behind in the shrine room, we can carry it with us, training ourselves to see that the suffering of others is at least as important as our own. The Karmapa commented, at this point, you would be willing to sacrifice your own happiness in order to alleviate the suffering of others. These two stanzas describe different stages in the cultivation of bodhicitta, primarily through even placement. Following that, stanzas 12, 13, 14, and 15 describe how in post-meditation we learn to transform our types of adversity, or the four undesirable circumstances, into aids on the path. The first of these four types is described in stanza 12 when it says, even if someone out of immense desire steals all my wealth or makes another do so, to dedicate body, possessions, and all virtue of the three times, to them is the practice of a bodhisattva. This describes how to bring onto the path the situation of loss, which could be material as well. And then stanza 13 states, should someone sever my head, even though I did not do the slightest wrong, through the power of compassion, to take on their misdeeds is the practice of a bodhisattva. This describes how to relate to the situation of suffering physical pain through the aggression of another. Stanza 14 states, even if someone should proclaim unpleasant things about me throughout the billion worlds of the universe, with a mind of loving kindness, to speak only of their qualities in return, is the practice of a bodhisattva. This describes the appropriate response to the third undesirable circumstance, which is calumny or slander. And then stanza 15 adds, even if someone in the midst of a crowd should reveal my hidden thoughts and speak harsh towards me, holding them to be my spiritual friends, to bow with them with respect is the practice of a bodhisattva. This describes how to take criticism and verbal abuse onto the path. The Karmapa noted that usually we are extremely attached to praise and averse to disrespect, attached to profit and averse to loss, attached to pleasure and averse to pain. and we have a great desire for all the things we are attached to. This verse teaches that we should be free of craving for these things. The words are easy to understand, but it is harder to put them into practice, the Karmapa explained. The point is that in order to pursue the Bodhisattva path effectively, we should not make a big deal out of temporary experiences of pleasure and pain. In that sense, the Bodhisattva training is difficult. It requires a great deal of courage and confidence, which do not arise out of nothing, but come with gradual training. It is not the case, the Karmapa said, that just because we adopt the Mahayana Dharma, we suddenly become courageous bodhisattvas. We have to put ourselves through a process of rigorous training and study. The second two stanzas, 16 and 17, describe how to bring what are called the two intolerables onto the path. These are two things that we would normally find unbearable. The first of these being betrayed, is described in stanza 16. Even if someone I cared for, like my child, should act as though I were an enemy, like a mother towards her child stricken with illness, to love her even more is the practice of a bodhisattva. Then stanza 17 describes a second thing that we normally find intolerable, which is disparagement or disrespect by an equal or supposed inferior. Even if someone, my supposed equal or inferior, should belittle me, influenced by pride, like my guru, to place them with respect on the crown of my head, is the practice of a bodhisattva. The following stanza 18 and 19 go together as a unit because they present how to bring the situations of great loss or unprecedented prosperity onto the path. Stanza 18 states, even if we were made destitute and constantly berated, struck by grave illness, and by evil spirits too, still to take on the suffering and misdeeds of all living beings on myself, without losing heart, is the practice of bodhisattvas. And stanza 19 speaks of bringing prosperity onto the path. Even if I became renowned and everyone pays me respect, or should I obtain wealth like that of Vaishravana, I should see the wealth of samsara as having no essence. To not have pride is the practice of a bodhisattva. The point of these two stanzas viewed together is that regardless of whether we experience unaccustomed prosperity or unexpected loss, we must not let the change in our circumstances damage our bodhicitta. The Karmapa continued, stanzas 20 and 21 are also a pair, because they describe how to transform the attachment and aversion into the path. Stanza 20, which concerns overcoming anger, says, if I do not tame the enemy of my own anger, I may subdue external enemies, but they will increase all the more. Therefore, with the enemy of loving kindness and compassion, to tame one's own mind stream is the practice of a bodhisattva. And stanza 21 says, the pleasures of the senses that are like salt water. The pleasures of the senses are like salt water. However much you partake, that much your craving will increase. Whatever objects of attachment arise, to immediately abandon them is the practice of a bodhisattva. The point of these two stanzas, the Karmapa commented, is that obsessive attachment as well as anger or hatred can equally damage our bodhicitta. We should prevent them from doing so by recognizing the problem with both of these afflictions and seek to bring them onto the path by not obsessing about the object that excites a particular affliction. His Holiness said that these sections of the text describe the cultivation of relative bodhicitta in meditation and post-meditation, followed by a section describing the cultivation of absolute bodhicitta, which will be left for tomorrow. He added, actually, the bodhicitta that we seek to cultivate is relative bodhicitta. Absolute bodhicitta is the result. It is the wisdom that realizes emptiness. But this can only appear through the cultivation of relative bodhicitta. Therefore, when we talk about bodhicitta per se, we generally mean relative bodhicitta. Then His Holiness briefly discussed interdependence, one of his favorite topics, and the subjects of his recent book, Interconnected, Embracing Life in Our Global Society. He said, living in this world of the 21st century, which we have come to call the information era, we are able to see more than ever before how much and every one of us is interconnected with each other. The intimate and deep connection between every person and place has become more evident than it ever was, due to our own technology, social media, and so forth. This enables us to see clearly how much of an effect we have on one another, and how we all rely on each other. Each person is not really independent, because our happiness and suffering depend on the happiness and suffering of others. When we fail to understand this, we increase our own suffering and that of others as well as our own selfishness and the problems we make for others. We do need a sense of self-preservation, but the problem comes when that sense of self-preservation becomes exclusive and excessive. It turns into a limitation, because we are solely concerned about ourselves and utterly ignorant of the plight and feelings of others. When we allow ourselves to become that way, we are ignoring the fact that our very existence, let alone our happiness, depends entirely upon others. So it is extremely important to understand this interconnectedness, he added empathetically. And then, going back to the text at hand, he added, you'll notice that in our text, the cultivation of bodhicitta is taught as the integrated practice of both even placement and subsequent attainment or meditation and post-meditation. It is extremely important that our practice in post-meditation is blended together with our meditation practice on the cushion. Progress can only be made if we practice these two combined. For example, many people practice tonglen, or taking and sending. Basically, this is entirely an act of the imagination. We are practicing tonglen we are practicing taking on the suffering of others and giving them our happiness. It is said that great masters are able to actually take on the sufferings of others and give them their own happiness and virtue. But for most of us, this practice is simply a conscious act of imagination that we do in order to train our minds, to increase our understanding and empathy, and to practice putting others first. So basically, the imaginary practice that we do is really preparation for post-meditation. Therefore, the Karmapa said, after engaging in tonglen as a meditation practice, if in post-meditation, we turn our backs on it, doing exactly the opposite, trying to take others' happiness and give them our suffering in exchange. It simply is not going to work. For this training to work, he added, our post-meditation application has to correspond to our meditation practice. Bodhicitta, the choiceless choice. The choiceless choice. Following up the morning's teaching, the Karmapa used his own life as a poignant example to illustrate that applying bodhicitta to every situation is the only choice we really have. He said, if I use myself as an example, because I bear the name Karmapa, a lot of people regard me as a Buddha in human form. And then maybe that is how they perceive me. But in terms of how I perceive myself, I think I'm just like everyone else. In fact, I have problems that some other people don't have. And if I have faced a lot of challenges and experienced a lot of ups and downs already, but basically I just keep on going, which for me means that I keep on pretending to be the Karmapa. What keeps me going? I suppose it is a kind of courage. People ask me, how do you handle these situations? Some people believe that I handle them because I have divine powers, or at least I must have some extraordinary inner practice. But I don't feel that. Extraordinary practices come from doing a lot of practices. Actually, how I handle all of this is very simple. I have no choice. I'm out of options. I have no choice whatsoever but to continue. And I have experienced that in some ways. Choicelessness. Having no other options at all can be helpful. Because in the midst of all our experiences, giving rise to attachment and aversion, and dealing with what we like and don't like, and what we want to hear and don't want to hear, and so on, we often look for an excuse in these situations that allows us to respond to them with our clashes. In practice, there is actually no excuse for clashes. Because practice, finally, especially the cultivation of bodhicitta described here in our text, is choicelessness. It's choiceless. You cultivate it because there is no other option. There is nothing else you can do. So I guess some of this training comes down to stopping ourselves from looking for excuses. We are very clever at rationalizing things that we know we shouldn't do, when there is in fact no real reason to do them to begin with. And with these evasions, of course, we decide ourselves. The session concluded with the dedication and aspiration prayers and a church full of satisfied students. And then the third teaching, relaxing into mind's nature, the third talk on the 37 practices of a bodhisattva. On May 30th, in the year 2018, His Holiness began today's teachings in noting that yesterday he had finished an explanation of relative bodhicitta, and today he should present the corresponding absolute bodhicitta. The main difference between relative and absolute bodhicitta, he began, is in the object on which they focus. Relative bodhicitta is turned toward the things of the relative, conventional world. And absolute bodhicitta is turned toward dharma, dharmata, or the ultimate. Since this is the mere resting in the mind's abiding nature, it is called absolute bodhicitta. Usually when we say bodhicitta or to generate bodhicitta, we are referring to relative bodhicitta. Absolute bodhicitta really points to the wisdom that realizes emptiness. It has been given the name bodhicitta, but it is not generated in the same way that relative bodhicitta is. Similar to relative bodhicitta, absolute bodhicitta is divided into resting in meditation and post-meditation. Meditation practice is cultivating a state free from fixation. Post-meditation practice is not clinging to the reality of an object of attachment or aversion. Stanza verse 22 speaks of meditation practice on absolute bodhicitta. Things as they appear are our own mind. Our mind itself is forever free of fabrications. Knowing this, not to engage the attributes of a subject and object, is the practice of a bodhisattva. All the things that appear to us externally and internally may seem to be real and independent of each other, but they are just projections or labels imposed by our mind. Ultimately, not one object can be found that is truly existent. This perspective that sees the imputed nature of an object reveals his nature. It is absolute bodhicitta in the post-meditation phase. The second line, mind itself is forever free of fabrications, indicates that the mind that superimposes or imputes these labels is also not established through having his own nature. From beginningless time, these objects and subjects, which include all phenomena whatsoever, are free of all mental constructions. Knowing them just as they are, we see that the externally apprehended object and the internally apprehending mind are not established at all, and then rest in this state of free of grasping, or free of mental activity or engagement. This is the phase of meditation related to absolute bodhicitta. As they meditate, the bodhisattvas bring into their experience absolute bodhicitta. Or you could say they meditate in the state of emptiness. In another of his writings, Gyaltse Tome Zampo, the author of this text, wrote, "Rest non-dually in the state of non-elaboration," which comes down to the same meaning as this verse. In other words, bodhisattvas rest within emptiness, free of elaboration, which is the nature of all phenomena, all subjects, and all objects. This resting in meditation on absolute bodhicitta means being able to rest within a meditation where the mind is free of mental constructs. Just like his nature, we are not engaged in the mental activity of grasping onto signs of any kind. Or you could say that we are free of projecting any mental constructs related to our outer or inner objects. Within the Gaji tradition, one of the foremost practice is Mahamudra, which has come down to us from Lord Matripa. His special teachings are called the Amanasikara cycle, or the cycle of freedom from mental engagement. The Sanskrit term Amanasikara can be explained in two ways: mental engagement in emptiness, or the more well-known one, freedom from mental engagement. They have the same meaning and refer to resting in even placement on absolute bodhicitta. The same point is made by Bengar Jambo Zambo in his short Vajrahara lineage prayer that we recite at the beginning of the teachings. He writes, "The absence of the distraction is the body of meditation, as it is taught. To the meditator, who rests freshly in whatever arises without contrivance or alteration, grant your blessings that meditation be free from conceptualization." This describes resting relaxed and one-pointed in a meditation that does not fabricate anything in relation to the nature of phenomena. Our intellect does not alter this nature in any way. The teaching of Maitrapa is the same as the meditation of absolute bodhicitta. The next stanza 23 deals with the post-meditation phase of absolute bodhicitta, which is relinquishing the imputation of reality to objects of attachment and aversion. Although our meditation may not be fully authentic, but merely in tune with authenticity, at the end of a session, we arise and engage in the activities of the post-meditation phase. The verse reads, "When encountering a pleasant object, see it as a rainbow in summer, a beautiful appearance but not real. To give up attachment is the practice of a bodhisattva." A pleasant object that a specific person finds attractive could be a friend, something beautiful to see, or melodious to hear, and so on. All of these are potential objects of attachment. However, no matter what object it might be, pleasant or not, ultimately it has no essence. It is not established as it appears, and resembles a beautiful rainbow in summertime. Just as we know not to fixate on the appearance of a transitory rainbow, it is the practice of a bodhisattva to abandon clinging to the reality of objects, including those that are beautiful. This is the instruction of post-meditation. The following verse 24 relates to the opposite, unpleasant objects that give rise to aversion. All suffering is like our child dying in a dream. To take these delusive appearances as real, how tiring. Therefore, when dealing with difficult situations, to see them as delusions is the practice of a bodhisattva. When we encounter something we regard as unpleasant, such as a person we consider our enemy, a grating sound, a feeling of misery, or the suffering of others, and so on, we can regard them as no more real than dreaming that your child or someone you love dearly has died, and then feeling terribly sad. In a similar way, we exalt ourselves by fixating on pleasant or unpleasant objects as well. And so the instruction here is not to strongly identify with our projections, such as this person is my enemy, but to recognize that concept to be like a dream, an illusion, a delusive appearance. This is the instruction on how to relinquish fixation on the reality of unpleasant objects in post-meditation. In both these cases of pleasant and unpleasant objects, and abandoning fixation on the reality of objects of attachments or objects of aversion. What is more important is to let go of taking the objects to be real, for they are nothing but delusions. The main way we need to think about is that even though we experience different appearances, actually they are only mere appearance. Nevertheless, seeing them as independent entities, we take them to be real. But if you ask, is there some real object corresponding to what is appearing to us? The answer is no. The situation is described as free of basis and root, appearing though non-existent. Why so? The object as it appears to us did not exist in the beginning, does not remain in the middle, and does not cease in the end. Therefore, it has no basis or root, and appears through it, does not exist. However, a mere appearance, coming from the interdependent gathering of causes and conditions, does arise. The situation resembles the passing images or the reflections we see on the television. Do those images as they appear to us exist in the screen? No, they are mere reflections of emptiness. Taking the measure of delusive appearances, we find that they merely arise from interdependence, the coming together of causes and conditions. And so there is no reason to cling to them as real. This is the way we should think about not clinging to the reality of things. In sum, we do not need to negate appearances, but just our clinging to them as real. This teaching has very real implications for our lives. Since we fixate on the reality of perceived objects or appearances, we suffer a great deal. By identifying certain objects as friends, a couple or partner, and so on, we cause ourselves a lot of misery by clinging to their supposed reality. Similarly, when we identify people as difficult, as the ones who make us miserable and whom we find hard to forgive, this fixation causes grief as well. In both cases, the cause of our distress is not something in the perceived object, but our clinging to the falsely perceived reality of that object. The problem is not with the object, but how our minds are relating to it. This is what we need to examine. Whether an object is pleasant or not depends on the input our minds add on to the whole situation. These externalized concepts seem so real to us. Understanding this process of reification and putting meditation on emptiness into practice is important. We join the practice of emptiness together with the objects of our attachments and aversion, which allows us to reverse them. We reverse these two afflictions. Otherwise, Just saying all things are inherently empty does not do very much. The function of meditation on emptiness is to reduce and eventually eradicate our fixation on the perceived reality of appearances. This is what will relieve our suffering. Just spouting high-flown Dharma terms will not change you. The next section discusses various aspects of training in the cultivation of relative and absolute bodhicitta. The first of the five sections is the practice of the 6 perfections or paramitas in 6 verses, which briefly describe these. Stanza 25 speaks of the first perfection, generosity. If those aspiring to enlightenment give even their body away, what need is there to mention outer objects? Therefore, without hope of return or a good result, to be generous is the practice of a bodhisattva. In terms of the meaning, there is not much that is difficult to understand in these 6 stanzas. What's hard is putting them into practice. Taking the first perfection as an example, we might think, what is generosity? Is it simply giving something to another person? Food to the hungry? Clothes to those in need? A home to the homeless? Not really. It is more than this gesture of giving. Real generosity is being permeated by the wish to give, or actually embodying the giving, and then motivated by this, engaging in generous actions through our body and speech. This magnanimous attitude is the true power behind generosity. The Kadamba masters taught, the root of generosity comes down to being free of attachment. Likewise, Geshe Sharawa told his disciples, I will not set out the benefits of giving. Rather, I will tell you about the faults of grasping. These 2 statements arrive at the same key point. Many people are motivated to give by their belief in the resulting benefits. They think, if I give 1 thing, I'll get 1 back. If I get 2 things, I'll get 2 back, and so on. They are only thinking of the benefits they will get in the future, and this means they do not understand the true generosity of a bodhisattva, which is the absence of attachment or fixation. These peoples are focused on having things go well for themselves and achieving something back in a future life. It is true that the acts of giving will lead to affluence in future lives. But if that is the reason why we give, not only are we ignorant of the true nature of ignorance, of the true nature of generosity, quote, the absence of attachment, but we are actually increasing attachment to ourselves. This is why Geshe Sharava said to his disciples that he would not tell them about the positive qualities of generosity, but teach them the problems caused by attachment. If we focus on the benefits, we could ignore the true nature of generosity. A bodhisattva's generosity is the ability to give anything to anyone. It is giving completely free of attachment. It is not giving while still attached to something, which would make it impossible to attain the perfection of generosity. Stanza 27 describes the practice of moral discipline, the second perfection. If lacking discipline, we can't even help ourselves. Wishing to benefit others is just a joke. Therefore, to maintain a discipline free of desire from samsara is the practice of a bodhisattva. Moral discipline, the second perfection, is spoken of in Shantideva's way of bodhisattva. To attain the mind that discards harming others, you must know the perfection of moral discipline. His essence is turning away from all that harms others, along with his basis. In addition to this fundamental aspect, a bodhisattva's moral, on top of this, bodhisattvas also actively benefit them. Defining the essence of moral discipline as the mind that turns away from harming others, and the basis of such harm points to the first of the three types of moral discipline, that of abstaining or of holding vows. However, moral discipline is not simply a matter of changing our outward appearance and joining the closest of monastic. We must have within our minds the stable intention to avoid harming others, especially if we are engaged in the practice of a bodhisattva. That includes all of the perfections. Our motivation is of a paramount importance. The hearers mainly work with governing their body and speech, whereas bodhisattvas focus on their minds. In addition to practicing flawless moral conduct, the bodhisattva is motivated by love and affection for others, the basis of their moral discipline. A mere absence of flaws in our conduct is not enough. The principal actions governed by moral discipline, there are virtuous actions, such as avoiding the 10 forms of wrongdoing, which include 3 of the body, 4 of speech, and 3 of the mind. The first 7 of body and speech are considered actions, and the last 3 paths of action. Looking at these 10, we can differentiate the pratimoksha vows of individual liberation and those of a bodhisattva. For the first set of vows, if we engage in any of the 7 wrongdoings of body or speech, that is a contravention of the vows. However, engaging in one of the 3 wrongdoings of mind, such as malice or wishing to harm others, does not contravene the pratimoksha vow, but by contrast, the moral discipline of a bodhisattva places greater emphasis on avoiding the 3 unvirtuous paths of action related to the mind. For example, if a bodhisattva feels malice, that is a clear breaking of their moral discipline. In general, our state of mind, such as malice, is private and hidden from others. Therefore, the Kadamba masters taught that the principal way to maintain pure moral discipline, especially that of a bodhisattva, is through constantly reflecting on the results of actions. Because if these are not pure, then our moral discipline is also not pure. We use our mindfulness and vigilance to see if we are feeling malice or not, and what its consequences might be. What is happening in our mind like this? What is happening in our mind like this cannot be seen or known through external appearances. In this way, the Bodhisattva's discipline reflects a deeper understanding which we should study. It could be the case that we are careful in what we do with our body and speech, since people can see and hear us, but not careful with our mind, as it is hidden from others. Bodhisattvas, however, not only have to be careful in what they do with their body and speech, but they must be even more careful about what is happening in their minds. Stanza 27 describe the cultivation of patience, the third perfection. For bodhisattvas aspiring to a wealth of virtue, anything that harms is a treasury of jewels. Therefore, never turning aggressive or angry, to be patient is the practice of a bodhisattva. There are three main aspects to patience, which have different characteristics and can be divided into the external and internal. The most important and the pithy definition of patience can be found in Nagarjuna's Garland of Views, which states that patience means the absence of anger. It is further taught that having patience requires a certain freedom from arrogance. It is said that the root of patience is regarding oneself as lower than the others. Seeing yourself as lower and turn around your anger. With such humility, arrogance falls away, and reduced pride allows for lesser anger. Patience is extremely important aspect of a bodhisattva's training, because without it, we could respond to someone harming us by doing harm in return. So we are not reversing our anger. If we cannot do this, then how could we benefit others? We would not be able to enter the gate of Mahayana teachings, or even start out on this path. Patience is indispensable from the beginning. Many people think that the practice of patience means pretending to be a nicer person than you actually feel. People can expect us as Buddhists to be extraordinarily nice all the time. If we do not behave in the way they expect, they will say, "Aren't you a Buddhist? Aren't you practicing to be a bodhisattva? At this point, we get embarrassed. But the practice of patience is not forcing yourself to be pleasant all the time. We do not have to push ourselves to be this way, thinking, I am a Mahayana practitioner and I should just put up with this. The practice of patience starts with recognizing the problem of anger and the difficulties it causes. Also seeing that we can dispense with anger. We can say to our anger, I don't need you. We should have the courage that can tell anger, I can deal with you. By not doing this and forcing ourselves to override it, we are actually supporting our anger. What we need to work with anger is the momentum created by virtuous actions and states of mind, plus remembering all the difficulties anger creates. Those who will allow us to be patient with anger, these two will allow us to be patient with anger, to work with it, and not to push ourselves in the wrong way. We could think that exercising patience means putting a lid on our anger and covering it up, but actually we should just let the anger go. In order to practice patience, sometimes it is good that anger arises, because if we do not just push it away, we can examine how it aroused and analyze its faults and character. We can look carefully to see the negative effect of what it is doing to us, and then let go of it. This analysis of anger is a good thing. If anger arises and immediately we push it back down, we lose an opportunity to learn about it. Putting a lid on anger and just keeping it inside can create problems. So we should avoid doing this. The practice of patience is letting anger go. Stanza 28 concerns the practice of diligence, the fourth perfection. If hearers and solitary realizers, for their benefit alone, practice diligence as if their heads were on fire, to develop diligence, the wellspring of all qualities that benefit every being, is the practice of a bodhisattva. In his Ratnavali, Nagarjuna defines diligence as enthusiasm for good or for what is virtuous. When practicing any of the 6 perfections, we must be focused on virtuous actions. Otherwise, it is not the practice of virtue. The early Kadamba masters defined the best diligence as giving up meaningless or worldly activities. This is actually giving up one of the 3 types of laziness: attachment to negative actions. This laziness is overcome by giving up attachment to pointless or mundane activities. Actually, diligence depends on meditating on impermanence. If we take it to heart, we will observe that this life is passing moment by moment. We will develop the certainty that, as the texts say, the time of death is unknown and the cause uncertain. Seeing that you cannot do anything in the life that remains, you prioritize, reflecting on what is truly important. So, in order for true diligence to arise, we must meditate well on impermanence. After the lunch break on Wednesday, the Gyalwang Gamaba summarized the morning's teaching. Today we looked at the cultivation of absolute bodhicitta and began the third section of the main body of the text concerning how to cultivate the various aspects of a bodhisattva's training. This section has many parts. The first being the practice of the sixth perfection. Among them, we've gone through generosity, moral discipline, patience, and diligence. We will now turn to the fifth, meditative stability. Stanza 29 describes this practice. Knowing that deep inside, fully endowed with calm abiding, completely conquers all afflictions. To cultivate a concentration that transcends our the four formless states is the practice of a bodhisattva. If we look at the words of this stanza, we see that it refers to two aspects. The first is an excellent state of calm abiding, and the second is insight. Calm abiding or tranquility is defined as the ability to rest our minds one-pointedly on a chosen virtuous object. Once we achieve tranquility, we use it as the basis for the cultivation of insight, which in this case refers to the insights into or realization of emptiness. The combination of tranquility and insight eradicates the kleshas, the cause of samsara. The supramundane meditative stability or absorption is the practice of the perfection of meditation by bodhisattvas. We define it as the mind resting one-pointedly in a state of goodness, without wandering from his chosen virtuous object. If we cannot rest our mind one-pointedly on a virtuous object and keep it from wandering, we cannot cultivate the insight that brings the realization of selflessness, and we will not achieve the aim of liberation, whether that of the common vehicle or the state of Buddhahood sought by bodhisattvas. The great Kadamba teacher Geshe Gombawa said that the development of meditative stability depends primarily upon solitude, and that without such isolation, true meditative stability cannot arise. Because for our minds to remain at rest one-pointedly, we need to be free from external distractions. Nowadays, we have so many external distractions, especially those connected with technological development, that cultivating meditative stability is very difficult. The instruction from the past to remain in isolation had two benefits. One was freedom from distraction. The other was the isolation is very conducive to developing sadness or discontent with samsara. That isolation is very conducive to developing sadness or discontent with samsara. It seems that nowadays this type of development in meditation is very difficult to achieve, but we must still do our best. There are different types of solitude. There is the solitude which is literally isolation from the dwellings of others, and also solitude to be found in simply being alone in a room that is somewhat separated from the doings of others. Or we can practice in a dwelling free from any kind of interference. The point is that as beginners, we must try to avoid distraction because we are not yet at the point where we can face distraction and overcome it. Although this is hard for the reasons I mentioned, we still need to cultivate at some state of independence or isolation of mind, and live in contentment. At the very least, while we are meditating, we are learning to rest our minds in the fresh mind of the present moment and not think about the past or the future. Without at least that much isolation, no progress in meditation can be made. Stanza 30 speaks of wisdom, the sixth perfection. Without wisdom, the five perfections cannot bring forth full awakening. To cultivate wisdom endowed with skillful means and free of concepts about the three aspects is the practice of a bodhisattva. Without the sixth perfection, the five prior perfections are like sightless. They cannot reach the citadel of perfect awakening without the guidance of the perfection of wisdom. This means that in order to reach this state of omniscience, we need to possess the aspect of means in the form of great compassion, bodhicitta, and so forth, and the aspect of emptiness, which means being free of the three types of reinification: the meditator, the object of meditation, and the practice of meditation itself. Wisdom can be divided into three types: the wisdom that comes from hearing, the wisdom that comes from thinking or reflection, and the wisdom that arises from meditation. If we want to develop wisdom, we must practice all three. I mention this because many people say to me, "Grant me your blessing so that I may gain wisdom," as though wisdom are something that we could bestow upon them. If I had such a shitty of wisdom, wouldn't I bestow it on myself too? I suppose it is possible that in the case of an extraordinary realized master and a very devoted disciple, wisdom would be transmitted merely through blessings. But basically, if you want to develop wisdom, you must practice hearing, contemplation, and meditation. With regards to the practice of these three, sometimes people engage mainly in the first two. They hear a great deal of Dharma and then think about it a lot. But hearing and contemplating without meditating can sometimes generate an artificial outward directed understanding. Such people understand a great deal, but this is not mixed with their mind streams. because they have not actually applied it. It's as though the information is present in their brains but does not penetrate their hearts. So in the cultivation of wisdom, we need to remember that the primary intention is the examination of our minds. It is also said that the greatest wisdom is the absence of fixation or the freedom from attachment, which means, among other things, that the ultimate wisdom is the direct realization of the selflessness of all dharmas. And this is where our development of wisdom has to head. If, on the other hand, our fixation increases and we become more and more arrogant, then something has gone terribly wrong. This is something of a digression, but I want to say it. Among all of you here, there are many long-time students and also many new students. You all share an interest in Tibetan Buddhism, and especially the Vajrayana. Most people think of Vajrayana simply as the practice of the Yidam sadhanas and the repetition of mantras. People generally haven't heard about the ground path fruition aspects of Tantra. And when I say people, I don't mean you here. I mean monks in monasteries, and even scholarly monks in our Garmagaj monastic colleges. They study the sutras assiduously, but they do not learn that much about the Vajrayana. It wasn't always this way. Up until the time of the 10th Gyalwang-Gamaba, Choin Dorje, we had colleges for the study of Vajrayana as well as colleges for the study of Sutra. But because of the teachings were threatened during that time, some of the assiduous instruction in both Sutra and Tantra diminished. For several years, I have wanted to add a Vajrayana program to the curriculum of our monastic colleges. One difficulty is that some of the necessary source texts composed by eminent masters of the past are no longer available. This is partly because the study of Tantra in the monastic colleges had diminished, but also because of the destruction brought about by the Cultural Revolution. But now I want to create the Vajrayana curriculum for Tibetans and also for foreign students from the West and from Asia. This will include some kind of graduated study of the Vajrayana, including the stages of Vajrayana path, the ground path, fruition Tantra, the differences between the 4 levels of Tantra, and so on. By creating this, no doubt, many teachers greater than I will come along and continue this with you. So now we have completed the first section of the training of a Bodhisattva, the cultivation of the 6 perfections. We now turn to the second aspect, the practice of the 4 dharmas taught in the sutras. Stanza 31 concerns the first of the 4 dharma taught in the sutras, the practice of examining and subsequently abandoning delusion. Not examining our confusion, we could masquerade as a practitioner, while not in harmony with the Dharma. Therefore, to continually examine our confusion and discard it is the practice of the Bodhisattva. This means that if we do not scrutinize our own delusion, we might become someone who is antithetical to Dharma, yet still carries the appearance of a Dharma practitioner. It is therefore the practice of Bodhisattvas to continually monitor their own delusion and abandonment. Mahayana practitioners must repeatedly examine their delusion. Why do we need to do this? If we don't examine our delusion, we might assume that we possess qualities that we lack and be unaware of our very real defects. This could lead to a situation where we heedlessly assume we possess the virtues of the Mahayana simply because of our association with it. Meanwhile, we are becoming entirely antithetical to the Dharma by merely adopting the guise and appearance of a practitioner. Nagarjuna wrote that although our physical eyes only see others, nevertheless, the way we look at others could become a mirror unto ourselves. We see faults in others very easily and clearly, but often these are simply projections of our own defects. For example, if someone is very angry, they will perceive others that way because they project their anger onto others. So our perception of others can be a mirror we use to see our own mind. This is especially relevant in describing the relationship between guru and disciple. When the students project their faults onto the guru, they become the student's mirror. The main point here is our practice is not going well. If we are unaware of even our greatest flaws, but very aware of the slightest imperfection in others, we may identify with the Dharma thinking, I'm a Buddhist, a Dharma practitioner, and a practitioner of the Mahayana. Due to this blind identification with the Dharma, we can deceive ourselves about our true state. If I take myself as an example, the Karmapa said, I was recognized as the Karmapa when I was 7 and soon after went to Chubu, where I studied the Dharma under many lamas. From that time on, of course, I regarded myself as a Buddhist practitioner. Why should I doubt this? After all, no one else doubted, asking, is the Karmapa a Buddhist or not? Of course I am. But then if you were to ask me, am I a good human being? I would have a harder time answering that. Sometimes I am a good human being, especially when things are going my way. But sometimes, especially when things are not going my way, I think I am not a good human being. So think about it. If we consider ourselves to be practitioners of the Mahayana, doesn't that mean that we should not only be good human beings all the time, but even better than ordinary good human beings? I think sometimes we take it for granted that we have these attributes of goodness. We must go back and re-examine our mental state, becoming aware of the degree of our delusion. Stanza 32 describes the second of the 4 dharmas taught in the sutras. Abstaining from criticizing bodhisattvas, which in this context mean other Mahayana practitioners. If afflictions compel us to fault other bodhisattvas, we ourselves will be diminished. Therefore, not to mention the faults of those who have entered the Mahayana path is the practice of a bodhisattva. This stanza describes a situation where one Mahayana practitioner recounts the wrongdoing or downfalls of another Mahayana practitioner. If the first person is motivated by klesha, and in this case it is actually jealousy, the person automatically becomes stunned and diminished, and their discipline is violated due to a wrong motivation. They are not acting out of benevolence. In addition, if a Mahayana practitioner points out a downfall of another practitioner who is wholly innocent, then it's doubly wrong. But even if the other person does possess the fault recounted, since your motivation is jealousy, it is a great flaw on your part. It is not enough to be right. A Mahayana practitioner should be both right and helpful, wanting to assist the other person and having some confidence that speaking to them will help them. In that situation, it is fine to speak. But if your motivation is driven by a klesha, such as jealousy, it doesn't matter whether the downfall occurred or not. It is still wrong to speak of it. I'll give you an example. After the parinirvana of the 16th Gawangamabha, our tradition of Garma Gaji split into two factions. Each faction said that they were right and the other wrong. And each faction at times exhibited a great deal of attachment and aversion, even though both adhered to the Garma Gaji tradition. This went on for years, and I remembered it well, to the extent that it was motivated by attachment and aversion. Then simply being right was not enough. We cannot divide a lineage like this. We cannot have a Vajrahara faction versus a Diloba faction or anything like that. And so this sums up the teachings from His Holiness Gawangamabha, and our readings didn't cover the questions and answers of this from this talk. And then the program from last night with Ani Sanjiao went on after this reading on His Holiness talk on the 30 ways of Bodhisattva training. Later on, Ani went on to share what she has got out of from this teaching. And he says that there are 3 words in Chinese from one stanza she couldn't understand, called 明行要, and in English it was translating to understanding the training. These 3 words. Annie couldn't understand it, and then she got the translator to get some help from a lama in India, and the lama told us that from Tibetan, it's not really a Buddhist terminology, but just saying that, saying about that. So the meaning of these 3 words from this Lamana's sharing with us was that understanding the practices of a Bodhisattva. But for Annie, she still feels it may be a terminology somehow, but we will just put it on hold for now and then figure it out later on. And then thanks this Lamala in India who has helped us, and then we can then help each other like this more and more. And for that, Annie thinks it's a practice it's a practice that matches with the practices for a Bodhisattva at the 10th stage. And with the teachings from His Holiness, we can then, with the teachings from His Holiness on this 37 ways of Bodhisattva, of Bodhisattvas, we then can, it just has been made very easy for us to know how to set out on the path of practicing the Bodhisattva ourselves. Annie said that as soon, not long after I became a nun, I was I was granted by His Holiness to be able to go around the island of Taiwan to do my services by barter lamps offering and water offerings and food offerings, etc., in different places of Taiwan. I felt it was a great practice for me to learn the ways of Bodhisattva practices. It's like going far, the Bodhisattvas of going far, reaching far. But I'm not there yet. But going to different places to get to know cultures or the traditions or different traditions of religions, and mingle with people, I really get to learn, Annie said that, I really get to learn how to make a balance in between what is good and what is bad, and how to get along with others, and how to interact with people, and how to bring myself down when I have to, or how to be a little bit tougher when the situations require me to, and how to withdraw ourselves when the conditions have to, and how to watch out our pride and things like that. So really there's a lot of things I can learn, and I have learned throughout going around the islands for services. And Annie says that she remembered one time in the city or county of Hsinchu. It was a very windy night, and we were there outside doing food offering services to the living beings by throwing bread by offering pieces of bread or rices. It was at a river, and it was so windy that night, and we were all almost blown away by the wind. But we still hang on. Actually, it was quite painful, and it was quite challenging for us to go on, but we didn't give up. And over the years of doing like this for about 3-4 years, like this, going out in the openness, in the wilderness, to the far-reaching places, they are full of challenges in front of us. Yet, and Annie also remembered one time as she went to pilgrimage and went to audience with His Holiness in India. One time, as we were on the way to for the pilgrimage, it was a ride with a taxi, by a taxi, and the ride was given on the ridge of a hill. It was quite a high hill, and the ridge was quite small, and the taxi driver was driving very fast, and one of us was very afraid. She was always remaining in silence and holding on to her purse in her chest all the time. She couldn't barely talk. And then things like that we have encountered, our team have encountered. But over the years, we still hang on to do what we can do as much as we can. Then Annie said that later on, after some years of services, I got sick and I had to go through a big heart operation. So maybe I have to be put at the point of like a near-death experience. Then I got less afraid of death. Right now, I can say that I have let go a lot of fears. I'm not so afraid of dying or about life going away at all that much. I think Annie says that I think maybe this can be considered a kind of blessing from what I can think of from my teacher and from the Dharma teaching. That has made me to be less fearful, even at the blink of death, as the heart operation was done to me. So Annie then reflect upon that. It is so important to have a real, authentic, good teacher. Because with the good teacher's blessings of instructions, can we then go further onto and make progress onto make progress on our practices. And then Annie reflect upon this teaching that we just read was a teaching where we 3 center people were actually there at the scene. It was a great talk given in the USA, and 3 of us from the center. That time we didn't have a center office yet, but we went there participating to, we went to New York to participate in this talk personally, but none of us could really remember what the talk was about. And as we try to remember it, until just now, as it was read again by the members here, then we started to recall what it was about. So this is part of why Ani wants to incorporate a lot of readings or recitation from the past teachings that are given to us, because it can then refresh our memories and then also help people who don't have the texts or who have problems reading the text can then benefit from hearing or listening to it. So Ani then share about her reflections about that, about the fact that we need to review the teachings that we have received from our teachers again, constantly, and to be able to bear them in our minds, and then later on we can practice, not later on, at the same time put them into our daily practices, blend them with our mind. All the great teachers are returning Bodhisattvas, according to Ani, and most of them are the Bodhisattvas, maybe from the 7th or 8th stages, to come to this world to save us from sufferings. And they come here again to benefit sentient beings like us. And yet they still are probably having a little bit of their own habitual inclinations, such as sometimes they don't feel like to talk to people that much, and they are kind of slow emotions, and or in responding to others' requests, etc. Ani says that I myself sometimes also feel very impatient, waiting for the great masters to respond it back to me, and let alone sometimes in our interactions with Lamalas or Anis from our lineage, it's really kind of like a pain in the ass, because it really takes them quite a long time, according to Taiwanese habits, quite a long time to respond to us. And then after this long reading, Ani says that why I wanted to have people read so much. In my mind, I just simply hope that if probably at least the people who are next to me, like our center people, our volunteers and translators, through readings, they can then immerse themselves a little bit into listening to into the Dharma by reading and by listening to it. Because all of us still need to work on listening, contemplating, and meditating on Dharma. But unlike us, His Holiness Gyalwang Karmapa is himself to a lot of us, and is a living Buddha. He's given us so many teachings, but unfortunately in the past 1 year, a lot of us, his students, are doing bad things against him. This is very bad, and it is actually a violation of a samaya. We did a lot of slandering. We did a lot of slanders to him, or we sometimes have doubts on him in the past 1 year, and then we talked bad. We talked bad with each talked bad things about each other, and then we didn't help each other enough as brothers and sisters in our lineage. And then, but he himself still has been still and been calm, and he has been in retreat. He is not movable by all of this. He's still kind and loving to all of us, and giving us his blessing words on this Chinese New Year. So reflecting on this, we are really, Annie says that she really needs to hold this repentance in her heart, but not really following the Samaya vow. And then things, and it has to change the wrongdoing from what she has made in the past year regarding to her relationship with the teacher, His Holiness. His Holiness is not like us ordinary beings. During such a difficult time for him the past year, things that can almost destroy him and his lineage, but he's still very immovable. And for others, no matter how many humiliations or slanders have been done and casted onto him, he's still remaining his hard work, endeavor on great. He still put a lot of endeavor on translating the scriptures and maybe working on some commentaries. So Ani says that let's not say any bad things to living Buddhas, to any Buddhas. That would just destroy us in return. Why is that? Because what is given out there will soon come back to us, and soon we will face the negativities of our behaviors. So what we have done so wrong in the past year to our teacher, we will bear the consequences later on in the future. And then let's not harm our teacher, our Buddha, the living Buddha, and let's not do or engage in any speech or behaviors that can contaminate Buddhism at all, because behaviors like that will really break the heart of our teacher and also cause a lot of harms to our Dharma brothers and spiritual teachers. Today, we have done a lot of readings, and he said that it has been quite a lot, but we still have to do that. Why is that? Because for me, I've seen, and we have known also, there's been a lot of sufferings and disasters going on out there nowadays. And so His Holiness teachings, his words, and the words from a lot of great masters will be like dharmic words for sentient beings to be free from sufferings, and then their pains and torments will hopefully then be diminished. And through readings, even though reading the materials so much, really reading through these texts and teachings, sometimes by working hard, we can then gather a little bit more merits to be dedicated to a lot more sentient beings out there. And later on, we can rest anyway. So why do we need to rest so much now? Especially as we play the audio tape of His Holiness. His voices can really help a lot of sentient beings out there, and to deliver their deliver them from sufferings. So we have to do that, and we have to incorporate that also into our program. So bear with us and be patient with us. And sometimes, Annie says that I use a lot of different materials from different resources, because different sentient beings may have can be helped and developed and delivered by different great masters. And so this was Annie's sharing regarding to His Holiness talk on the 37 ways of Bodhisattva practices. And there was a further reading about the Bodhisattva Maitreya, and then there was some quotation in Chinese that was read by our center lay people, and I quote this translation regarding Bodhisattva Maitreya from the Rigpa Wiki Shedra. Maitreya is the Bodhisattva who will be the next Buddha after Shakyamuni Buddha. For now, he resides in Tashida. He transmitted teachings to Asanga, who transcribed them as the 5 treatises of Maitreya. As one of the 8 great Bodhisattvas, he is sometimes depicted as the whitish yellow in color and holding an orange bush, which dispels the fever of the destructive emotions. Regarding the 5 treatises, Maitreya Bodhisattva transmitted the root teachings to Asanga. Among the 5, 4 are classed as Shastras, commentaries, and 1 falls into the class of oral instructions. The 4 are the Shastras that are extensive, are first, the ornament of clear realization. Second, the ornament of Mahayana Sutras. Third, distinguishing the middle from the extremes. Fourth, distinguishing Dharma and Dhammata. Fifth, the sublime continuum. So this is just a brief quotation on the name of Maitreya Bodhisattva that was given in this program. And then Annie went on to share about why she wanted to include some passages regarding Bodhisattva Maitreya. She thinks for Anish in the past, she thinks she's a follower practicing the Avalokiteshvara. But right now, she feels that she also feels more and more for Maitreya. Why is that? Because Maitreya has made 6 great vows, and one vow to Ani is the most important. It's the one that Maitreya vows to not to do any killings in the future lifetimes. He will not consume any meat, any flesh, any living being's flesh eternally. And this has been very touching for Ani. Ani thinks that at this time of full of disasters and commoning, we have to follow the footsteps of Maitreya. We have to be like him, trying our best not to consume meat or animals' meat at all. Each Bodhisattva's vow can correspond with each other's. They reflect, they are interconnected. Their vows from different Bodhisattvas are interconnected with each other. Our team used to follow with the Avalokiteshvara's practices. Now we have to combine with the vows with the Maitreya Bodhisattva, especially this one, not consuming any meat. And nowadays, especially there's epidemic illnesses, disease in the province of Hubei, especially at the city of Wuhan in China. There's a lot of difficulties going on there, and the people are undergoing a lot of great pains. We need to do something, and it's better for us to bear in mind, to put into what we have learned from the Buddha Dharma teachings into our practices, and follow the footsteps of the great teachings from all great Bodhisattvas. Till now, it has been so many hours. Today's program has been so many hours. For Ani, she really feels very exhausted and worn out. But I still hold myself to the very last. I still will like to boost myself to get on to more work and practices, and I hope that I can engage through the readings and then sharing the Dharma. We are receiving the teachings together, and we are learning together. And it's sort of like going to a puja in Tibetan monasteries, while we Chinese don't really understand Tibetans at all. Along with the lamas, they are in the front chanting, recitation, doing the prayers in Tibetan language, and we don't really understand them at all. But we are back there sitting, listening to their prayers and contemplating and following along. And so it's sort of like that now in our program, even though we don't really we don't really we are not there yet to be able to totally blend ourselves, our mind with the teachings, but again, by listening to and contemplating on the Dharma, through reading the texts and through looking up the definitions in the dictionaries on the Buddhism terminologies, we are then getting to be practicing the teachings a little bit. And that is why I am incorporating so much reading and reading the texts recently in my program, in my sharing program, in hope that some of you may be able to get something out of it, because in our daily life, we don't really spend time reading through all these texts ourselves. We can get a little bit lazy and not read them all at all, or very little. So even though it's in the middle, the program will go on to the middle of the night, to the very late night, but we still will hand on our best. And then for all of you, for some of you who could be at this time watching this program, it's quite late, and but you still are watching. We hope that reading through the texts, and as you get to listen to them, it may benefit you a little bit as well. And then we'll conclude the English translation is from this. It's a script. It's a commentary in Chinese done by a great master, and was talked again by Great Master Jing Kong. And today's quotation in Chinese, and was read in Chinese, was from this book 19 and chapter 5 from page 71 to 81. And then I will try my best to do a little bit translation into English. Buddhism is recognized as having the great compassion as his foundation, and having the universal accordance with, and having the door of skillful means. Skills, it means skills. Fang means skillful means. Pian in Chinese. Fang in Chinese means skillful means in English. Pian in Chinese can be translated into adaptability to others, adaptability to others' conditions. And 方便为门 also can be translated into universal accordance with conditions of the receptibility of others, and it's a door to the Buddhism. So in our daily lives, as we are interacting with others and handling things the most appropriate way, the best way that we can do to apply to our interactions and handling interactions with others and handling things is called skillful means. If we use the means wrong, then there will be a reversed effect, especially in between people's interactions, especially the interactions between people. It sometimes can be difficult. What are the difficulties and why there are difficulties? It's because a lot of times we used the means we use are wrong, and we use the wrong attitudes, so it will exert opposite effects. Because we show the wrong attitudes, we say the things wrong, we say things that we are not supposed to say, and we say them wrong. We do things that are not supposed to be done, and we do them wrong. From there, we know that skillful means perfect adaptations, and that has to be done by following in accordance with the nature of all phenomena. That is the best way. That is the most complete way. What is the nature of all phenomena? What does that mean? If we don't understand it, how can we follow it? Under such circumstance, all the great masters have taught us to follow the teachings of the Buddha. Follow the teachings of the Buddha is the skillful means. As we interact with others and handle things in our daily lives, we need to know when to and how to let go of our own prejudice or predispositions. That is to say that we need to let go of our thinking, thoughts, ways of looking at things, perceptions, speech, ways of doing things. We need to let all of these go. We cannot dwell upon them. Why? Because we're just ordinary beings. A lot of times we are doing things wrong, and we are perceiving things wrong. We speak things wrong. We conduct things wrong. We don't even know ourselves. We don't even know that we are wrong ourselves. But as the karmic effects come to us, we have no time to feel regretful about them. So what should I do? What should we do? We need then to follow the teachings and instructions of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. As we diminish all the illusions of the two obscurations from viewing and thinking, all of them, these two obscurations are rooted out. That time you can then do things, handle things according to your own will. Here about 见思烦恼, it's also translated into illusion or defilements arising from false views and thoughts. These two obscurations, wrong view is you have wrong perceptions, and illusions is about you are thinking things, you are thinking the wrong way. until you become when you can see the appearances in the cosmos or in this life truthfully, no wrong, no mistakenly, and you are free from the defilements of thoughts and wrong views and wrong thoughts. That time, you are an arhat. As you have attained an arhat, you can then follow your own will to greet people, to interact with others without mistakes, without making any bad karmas. But if you are not there yet, if you have not attained the stage of an arhat, you still are a one who is clinging to this, the idea of me, this body as me, as I. And this and then you cannot make a breakthrough at all. So let's talk about others. Let's not talk about the rest of it. Some people come to ask me, is this body mine? What is me? What is I? Of course, this body is, of course, belongs to me, is me. Why Buddha says that this body is not me? Yes, what Buddha says is totally true. Why? I will not die. I is the one that has no birth and no death. This body has birth and death. When there is a birth and death, that is not I. Let me give you an example. Nowadays, everybody gets out by driving a car. Who drives the car? It's the driver. Oh, okay. The one that drives the car is I, but the car is not I. The car is broken. You can change another car. But the person who drives the car don't have to be changed. Our body is just like this car. We are in this body driving this car. This is I. This is me. So in a way, the six realms, the six births in the course of samsara, who will be the I taking the birth in the sixth realm? Who will be the one taking the birth in the sixth realm? Who? It's I. I am the one taking the birth. This body is not I. I let go of this body and take rebirth in the next life. If you have this kind of observation and view, then this is correct. Some people say, this body is not mine. This body is not I. What is I? Oh, I have a soul. That soul is I. That soul is me. Well, as soul leaves the body is dead. The soul has to go find another body to be adhering to. In Buddhist scripture, that is not called soul. In Buddhist scripture, it's called alaya. In sutras and commentaries, it says it's the alaya, it's it's the alaya that comes first into the womb, and it goes last as one dies. So the 8 consciousness, eyes, ears, nose, the eye, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the body, the mind, and the alaya. The alaya is the first one that leave this body first. Monaya is alaya is the last to leave the body. Alaya comes first and goes last. Alaya is it. Alaya is the real master. That is I. The real I. That is I. If you can recognize this concept, you are good. But that is not true at all yet. But that is not true yet. This is just similar to the concept. This is just similar to I. But this is better than taking this body as I. Taking alaya as I is much better than taking this physical body as I. So what is the real I? The real I is our nature, our true nature. So why alaya is not the real I? Well, alaya is confused. The real I, who will like to go to the hell? Who will like to go to the realm of animals or hungry ghosts? Alaya is a confused I. He is not enlightened yet. The real I is enlightened, not deluded. It's a Buddha nature. Buddha says Dharmakaya, Prajnaparamita, and liberation. These are the 3 virtues of the nature. These are the virtues for the essence of our true nature. Dharmakaya has 4 purified virtue, which are everlasting, bliss, I, and purification. Prajnaparamita also has these 4 virtues. So does with liberation. We Buddhists have to understand them, and we will address more later on. The real I is a master that can be in control and can be in great freedom. It encompasses boundless and limitless wisdom, great power, virtues, and then measureless good appearances. But our ordinary beings mistaken the real I. We lose the real I. And then we also lose the false I. The false I is alaya. A lot of people take this body as I. Don't you think it's bad? It's really bad. This real I is as if a master in the household. For if I am the master in the household, the master can order me to do things. The body is, on the contrary, the servant of the household. the master is the one that give orders to the servant, and the servant is the one doing chores in the household. But if you taking this servant who is doing the chores in the household as if the great masters in the household, as if it's I, don't you think it's really bad? It is. So we need to have some wisdom. We need to accomplish our great wisdom. We need to recognize truly and clearly, and don't reverse these. Now, all of us still have wrongdoings, wrong thinking, and wrong views. We need to give them all up. We need to let them all go. Instead, we need to follow the teachings of the Buddhas and follow the footsteps given by the Buddha. The Buddha is an enlightened being. He is totally in the flow of the virtue of the nature. What he flows with is the Dharmakaya, Prajna Paramita, the Dharma body, Prajna Paramita, and liberation. So as he take care of things and people, all his manners and means are pure and free and no faults at all. Completely no fault. As we are sure of this, we need then to learn from him, learn from the Buddha. So as we learn from the Buddha, we are then following the essence of our nature. We ourselves are not enlightened. We cannot follow ourselves. But this enlightening beings, the Buddha, is enlightened. Following him, then we are following the virtue of our own nature. Those enlightening beings are the manifestations of the virtue of the nature. They manifest our nature to us, and then manifest themselves into different forms, the objects, the people, etc., to come to help us and to deliver us from sufferings and to give us teachings. So we then are very positive, very happy, and free from any doubts or illusions. Without any conditions, without any conditions and excuses, we should follow with the Buddha. We learn from the Buddha. We learn from his how he put his mind in each endeavor of action, how he make his vows, and how he carry out his actions. Little by little, out of our awarenesses, we then gradually will become Buddha ourselves. We break through the illusion and walk toward the enlightenment. We really can make progress like this day after day, without out of our unknowingly. We then turn ourselves from ordinary beings into the holy beings. This is very incredible. The incredible merits of following, incredible virtues and merits following the footsteps of Buddha. And the among all the what Buddha have taught us is can be summed up in this Buddha's name called measureless skillful means, boundless skillful means. Boundless is the most profound and most skillful ways of accomplishing self and as well as accomplishing sentient beings. Accomplishment is the best adornment, the best performance. So we need to show this best performance to pay our respects to the Buddha. The most auspicious performance or the best performance is to diminish the defilements, our clashes, and to get enlightened. If we can do this, then all of the things that we have received from parents, from Buddhas, from Bodhisattvas, from great masters, from the protectors, from the countries, from the sentient beings, all of the things that we have received from the above all are then repaid. But if we cannot do this best, even though we are paying something, it's not the best. And we really have to accomplish ourselves towards the true, authentic prajna wisdom. The purification, equanimity is a virtue. The enlightenment itself is a wisdom. The great loving compassion is the skillful means. We handle things and people with boundless, limitless, skillful means in order to complete our virtues. This is the biggest issue in our life. The rest of the things are not to mention at all. Are not to mention at all. And then goes on to the next passage from this book. Can be translated can be translated into English. It's the Buddha field's name. It's a name for a Buddha field. Maybe translated into pure light illumining. The Buddha's world is called pure light illumining. This Buddha's name is corresponding to the name of the Buddha's field. The Buddha's name is light illuminating all the space of the cosmos. And illuminating the cosmos is the one that is illuminating. The space of the cosmos is the one that is being illumined. What we need to learn from the Buddha is the capacity to illumine. But if our pleasures and habits are not diminished, where can we learn? Where can we start from? It starts from this word, pu. In English can be translated into encompassing. This word is to teach us to broaden our mind, not to limit ourselves into one cosmos. As we give rise to any thought, we need to broaden our mind to encompass, include all the sentient beings in the cosmos. Then our mind is naturally wide and broad. We don't think about ourselves. We don't even think about our own country. What we think is to think about the sentient beings in the universe. And a heart that encompasses the universe and embraces the world within it. To be like this. One Buddha field is still small. In this passage, we can see that there are boundless, limitless, and measureless Buddha fields in the cosmos, throughout the air and space. Each Buddha field is just like the Shakyamuni's Buddha's field, and a great trichiliocosm. 3,000 great worlds, so countless and so limitless, so measurable-less. And so our mind has to be broadened, to be wide. I have said many times, the space in the cosmos is the form in our mind. The space of the cosmos encompasses all the worlds, countless fields. All the sentient beings are the form of I. And as we the body, mind, universe, the space, the cosmos, and the air, all sentient beings can be united as one. In the past, the ancient wisdom, there is a so-called the unity, the oneness of the heaven and of the God, or the heaven with the human. And that sorry, I'm back again because the power was out, and then the last part of the third part of the program wasn't included due to the shortage of the power. So I am asked to come back. So let's go on to where it was stopped. So in the ancient time, there was a saying called unity as one. the heaven and the human is a unity as one, and that is called encompassing, which is on this book on page 78, the first line, the bottom and in the bottom of the first line. And illumining is about illumining of the wisdom. In addition to wisdom, virtue can be illumining, and so is the capacity, as well as the appearance can also be illumining. Nothing can be illumining in the cosmos. What is illumining and what is being illumined is one, not two, not different. What is illumined is the cosmos, and then what is illumining is the essence of the principles of all phenomena. As we attend the purified Dharmakaya, or the Dharma body, we can then illumine the four marks in the cosmos. The four marks are arising, abiding, changing, and ceasing. And that's the time we can attend the Prajna Paramita and liberation. This is what we need to learn from the Buddha. In the Buddha's name, the last three words in Chinese, 虚空光, is very important. 虚空光 in English, the lights of the space. The space is the body of the cosmos, and the light is the function or the virtue of the virtual function of the cosmos. As we learn from the Buddha, we need to keep our mind spacious and in emptiness, because that's how the essence of the nature is. But how do we maintain this mind to be spacious? That is the training. That is Kung Fu. That is to say that in all the circumstances and all the phenomena, when we can give no rising to mind, to thoughts, to no discrimination and no attachment, and to let go of all the defilements, discrimination and clinging, attachments, that time, that is the mind full of lights of illumin, full of lights of the space, I'm sorry. And as we observe by the name of the Buddha's field, the name is 清净光普照, the world, the pure light illumining. If we observe by this name of the Buddha's field, pure light of illumining, we can then imagine or to feel that the Buddha is teaching over there, and then in that Buddha's field, every sentient being is a good student. He or she can then abide in the Buddha's teachings and receive the teachings, extend the teachings, and then realize the teachings. So that is why this Buddha's field's name is so wonderful. And all the Buddha's wisdom, virtue, good appearance, great vows, and great teachings are the same. The whether this Buddha's field is, or whether this cosmos is adorned or not, or is glorious or not, depends upon the sentient beings. Whether the sentient beings are really receiving, understanding, and practicing the teachings and instructions authentically in the Buddha's field. Whether there is a true belief, realization, aspiration, and faith, understanding, aspiration, and realization. If there is a true of all of these, then it would be great. We need to reflect upon ourselves. What others cannot do, that's his or her business. The most important is about ourselves. Practice is about turning our mind into taming our minds. It's not about making corrections for others or on others. That has to be done clearly, and we have to understand that clearly. In Mahayana Sutra, there is a saying, as a Bodhisattva attains the Buddhahood and reaches the supreme Buddhaccitta, what he sees in his mind, all the sentient beings are at the same time in the Buddhahood, as same as Buddha. As Shakyamuni becomes a Buddha, has he, excuse me, does he see us all also as Buddhas? Yes, he sees us all and all sentient beings as Buddhas. But how does he does that? Because he sees the essence of the nature, not the appearances of the existence. All sentient beings contains the Buddha nature. All sentient beings have the Buddha nature and can see our own true nature, and can see all the natures for all the sentient beings. As Buddha can do that, he is then really entering the enlightenment full of purification and equanimity. And he is then truly sees the things as they are. Sadhana Bodhisattva, how can he attain the supreme enlightenment within one lifetime? How can he be so diligent within one lifetime without retrogression? Because he has made progress all the way up without cessation. As he goes out to be audienced by the great teachers, first he said a farewell to the previous ones, and then he will go out to visit the following teachers. For example, as he audienced the great bhikkhu called Jixiang Yun, auspicious cloud. This bhikkhu is a first stage Bodhisattva. As this bhikkhu is on the first stage of Bodhisattva path, Sadhana then also attend this first stage of Bodhisattva. And then as he says farewell to this bhikkhu, moves on to the second bhikkhu called Clouds of Ocean, Haiyun Bhikkhu. Clouds of Ocean is a Bodhisattva at the second stage. At the same time, as he visits him, as Sadhana visits this bhikkhu, he also attends at the second stage of Bodhisattva. And as he moves on to visit the third bhikkhu called Miaozu Bhikkhu, wonderful dwelling. Wonderful dwelling is the third stage Bodhisattva. He then also upgraded himself to the third stage of Bodhisattva. He has not gone any retrogression. So he can attain the supreme perfect enlightenment within one lifetime. That is a true, authentic diligence, and we all need to learn from him. The mind, if we can give rise to it all the time, with unceasingly, in each single moment, with remembrance of the teachings and the instructions of Dharma, and can realize all the teachings in the daily activities and in our interactions with other people, that is the real authentic diligence. But if we're so selfish and so self-absorbed, and our mind full of ignorance, hatred, and greed and pride, then we'll definitely be retrograded. Why our practice cannot be a success? It's because from the beginnings of time, we are habituated with sort of clashes and defilements. Their powers are too great, so they manifest themselves out of our awareness all the time, and we have no power to control them at all. Whereas Buddha has taught us so many different teachings, have given us so many different teachings. Everyone can understand it, can understand them very well, and can even expound them. But we just cannot realize the teachings into our practices. This is our problem. There's a saying about receiving, understanding, reading, reciting, and then expounding the teachings to others. Expounding the teaching is by acting it out or sharing to other people. What is taught in the sutra or in the teachings is that we need to realize the practices and the living ways, the manner of handling people and objects. We need to realize them all, and we need to repeat and review constantly over and over again. According to the teachings that we have received, we need to realize them all. Realization is a way is to share teaching by your experience, and expounding is by share the teaching in words. There are no fixated ways to deliver sentient beings, and there's so many different ways to do that. But the key point is to observe the inclination and mentalities of sentient beings. And how to do the observation has to do with prajna paramita wisdom. We don't have that kind of high level of wisdom. So we have then to go to take the second best. We need to learn from our experiences. We need to learn to observe people, to see in what ways we can use to deliver and help the sentient beings. In what ways we can then to go about touching them and help them feel like to transform themselves onto the path of enlightenment. And this is a brief translation for this passage, for the passages from page 21 to page 81 from this book called 华严演印 in Chinese, book 19. And I'm sorry about the shortage of the power, and thanks for all coming to Ani's program. And Ani at last went down to the fourth part of the program, which was basically a recitation of the Great Prajnaparamita Sutra, and that cannot really be done yet in English. So the English translation part is then here ended, and see you next time. Thanks for all your comments.